Hi guys, it's me ChazzaHD and welcome to race day for the 2022 Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Great to see you all here for what's going to be, I think, a pretty exciting Grand Prix after what was a very, very good sprint race yesterday. And yeah, it was breathless stuff, really. So much going on. It felt like, to be honest, that sprint race, it felt like an entire Grand Prix had happened already. It was, that exciting, that many moments in the race, that many battles. It was just absolutely brilliant, and I think it really has and is now building into what's going to be a very exciting race here in Brazil. Cannot wait for it, and hopefully you guys can't either. Just want to say quickly, apologies that I did go live late. The reason is because there was a couple of extra things I was including in today's stream that I was, trying to get done and, put into OBS ready to show you guys, which is some of my data stuff and race prediction stuff, which I did a few races ago, and I've thankfully got enough relevant data to be able to go through that with you guys on stream in the build-up to this Grand Prix. So, yeah, apologies about going late, about, 17 minutes late? But, yeah, I'll know, obviously, for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix next weekend, I'll know to start setting the stream up properly just a bit earlier for next week. So yeah, apologies, but I mean, we've still got an hour and 40 minutes to go until the race begins. So yeah, we've still got plenty of time and plenty of things coming your way in the preview of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. What we are going to be getting into, obviously, is the results from the sprint race. I'll be getting into the starting grid as well for the sprint. And then we will be getting into the, obviously, all the teams, how I think they'll get on. And then probably after the top three teams, I will then get into my, or not my data, but the data from the sprint race and look at the, the average lap time from all of the teams, or the fastest cars from, every respective team. And then get into my full race prediction for today's Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And then after that, we'll go through the rest of the midfield teams. I'll do a poll, of course, in the chat, so you guys can vote on who you think's going to win in Brazil. I'll probably get that going in, 20 minutes time or something. So yeah, plenty of stuff heading your way in the build-up. And of course, in an hour and 40 minutes from now, it will be lights out in Brazil. And hopefully we get a 71-lap race, as exciting as we got in the 24 laps yesterday in the sprint. So yeah, great to see you all here, and no matter what time it is in your part of the world or where you're from, I hope you're all having as best a day as possible, no matter whatever circumstances you are going through. And yeah, great to see you all here for another race day in Formula 1 in 2022. And one final thing to let you guys know before we get properly into this preview is, once again, Niblo will not be joining us, my co-commentator, and the reason, again, is because the timing of the session is just not good for him. I think the race starts for him at, 5 a.m? And yeah, it's just horrible timing for him. So yeah, he has said, though, to me, over DMs, that he will be on for Abu Dhabi. So don't worry, he will be back for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, which, of course, is next weekend, and it's the final race of the season. So yeah, we will be, me and him as a combo back for next weekend's race. So just me this evening, as it has been for the previous couple races as well. And yeah, definitely looking forward to what's going to happen here in Brazil. But let's first get into the results of the sprint and, talking about, just how things played out, I guess. And also, I'll quickly go through what the starting grid is. It has changed in the last hour, what the starting grid is. So yeah, let's get into it now. So George Russell won the sprint race. A brilliant drive from Russell. Carlos Sainz finished in second. Good drive from him also, because Ferrari weren't actually as quick in reality as they seemed to be with Sainz. So Carlos, I think, drove very well, considering the Ferrari car definitely wasn't as quick as the Mercedes car. The Mercedes car definitely much faster. And for for Red Bull I wouldn't say were necessarily quicker than Ferrari in the sprint, but I think definitely, Ferrari in race trim, they are the third fastest team, which is why I'm, wanting to say that Ferrari, what do you call it? Yeah, Ferrari, they just, not Ferrari, Carlos Sainz, sorry, did very well considering the lack of race pace that we know he has. He does have, though, a 5-place grid penalty. I'll get into all of that in a moment. It was then Lewis Hamilton 3rd, great drive from him, Verstappen in 4th, Perez 5th, and then Leclerc 6th, Norris 7th, Magnussen 8th, Vettel 9th, and Gasly 10th. And then the rest of the field is Ricciardo, Schumacher, Zhou, Bottas, Alonso, Tsunoda. Hold on, let me find the bottom 4 there. Stroll, Ocon, Latifi, and Albon retired from the race. Alonso was actually given a 5-second penalty after this classification. So Alonso actually ended up in the classification in 18th place. And he won't be starting 18th, he'll be starting in P17 for reasons I'll now get into. So the starting grid for this race is Russell on pole, Hamilton 2nd, so Mercedes front row, Verstappen will be 3rd, Perez 4th, Leclerc 5th, Norris 6th, Sainz in P7, and then Magnussen 8th, Vettel 9th, Gasly 10th, Ricciardo 11th, Schumacher 12th, Zhou 13th, Bottas 14th, and then it will be Stroll in 15th, Ocon 16th, Alonso 17th, Latifi 18th, Albon 19th, and Tsunoda is starting for the pit lane to change some front and rear wing elements, probably to help Tsunoda try and get through the field quicker, maybe by taking some wing off. So yeah, that's why Tsunoda is starting from the pit lane. And unfortunately, I wasn't able in time to, change that for the starting grid graphic that, of course, I show you guys right before the race starts. So just warning you now that my starting grid graphic won't be exactly correct, but obviously that happened just a bit too late for me to actually make that alteration. But that's the starting grid, and it's a pretty exciting one considering how most starting grids have been in 2022. But now let's go on to the teams, and we'll start, before we get into the other stuff later, we'll start with Red Bull Racing. So yeah, coming into this weekend, I thought Red Bull, even in wet conditions, I thought Red Bull were going to be just too good, especially with Max Verstappen. But it's been a very tricky weekend so far. Obviously, they didn't get pole in on Friday in qualifying. Kevin Magnussen got that in a very surprisingly, a very surprising session, I guess you could say. Magnussen on pole, and then in the sprint, things were going very well. Lap 2, Verstappen made the overtake on Kevin Magnussen, and then, started to build a slight lead over George Russell of, a second, maybe just over. And it looked as though that Verstappen, once the mediums really started to kick in, it looked as though Max was probably going to start, to ease away in the second half of the sprint race, but that is not what happened. The mediums just didn't fire up at all, and actually, as the track temperature and the temperature in general dropped, those medium tyres just fell away. They just couldn't really have the pace of the soft compound tyres. And I think that is why Verstappen was so slow yesterday on the mediums. It's because, again, the sprint race yesterday took place at 5:30 p.m. local time, and obviously way past the peak part of the day for heat and sun. And, the medium, because the track temperature was dropping, the medium tyres, they're not great in those conditions where the track temperature, where, it gets later in the day and the track temperature starts to drop. Medium tyres are at their best when it's, as hot as it's going to get that day. And if it's like 37 to 40 degrees Celsius at least, in terms of the track temperature, that's when the mediums really do prove to be at least a good tyre, but pretty much a better tyre than a soft for a race distance. But yeah, because the temperature dropped, the Red Bull of Max Verstappen, lost pace because of that, and then eventually, obviously, George Russell overtook him in a great move around the outside of turn 4, and then obviously Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton got their way past as well. There may have been, though, after those overtakes were made, some damage to Verstappen's car, because he did run over some debris, and his lap times did drop off quite a bit after that, but I don't think he finished in 4th yesterday because of the debris. I think it was the medium tyres, like I said, because the temperature was dropping, it wasn't hot enough for those mediums to prove to be the better tyre, because obviously the soft tyre, you know, in a race distance, if it's quite hot, the track temperature, even though it's a, you know, faster tyre in qualifying and maybe for the first few laps, for a stint or a race distance, the soft compound tyre proves to not be, you know, a good tyre. But for the medium, when it is hotter, like it would have been, say, in practice 2 yesterday, you know, that's where the medium really is the best tyre in Formula 1 when we have, like, properly hot conditions, because it produces good pace. It also has decent fire up on the first, you know, few laps compared to, say, the hard compound tyre, and it's able to go quite far into a Grand Prix and not, you know, wear out too quickly. So, yeah, I think those are what the issues were for Red Bull. Thankfully, though, for Red Bull, because they used the medium with Max Verstappen, they now have an extra set of soft compound tyres. Apparently, Helmut Marko said that was their plan, but I don't believe that at all. I think the reason they used the medium was because last year, in last year's sprint race, the medium compound tyre at this track proved to be, over the 24 laps, the better tyre, and I think that's why they used it, because there wasn't enough data from earlier in the weekend, really, to know in those conditions how it was going to work with the medium compound tyres. So, yeah, I think that was definitely what they were trying to do. They were trying to replicate what happened last year. But, yeah, it's third and fourth on the grid. Sergio Perez had a decent sprint race. He had some decent pace towards the end, but, yeah, it was just a bit too far back to really get after, you know, the top three and maybe get past his teammate Max Verstappen. But Red Bull, I think, will be absolutely fine today. And I do think that Red Bull will win the race today, because as I'll get into in a few minutes' time, when I get to the average lap times in the sprint race for all of the certain drivers, cars, whatever you want to call it, Max Verstappen's average lap time during the sprint race, except for the laps where he, you know, went a lot slower because he was being overtaken, his average lap time wasn't actually that bad on the medium. It was slower than Mercedes, but on average, it was actually quicker than Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. The only reason Leclerc closed up in the end, I think, is because Verstappen had some sort of damage because of running over that debris. But over the course of the actual sprint, Verstappen's pace was actually not too bad on that medium compound tyre. Again, not as quick as Mercedes, but nothing terrible on that tyre. But I do think they'll start on the soft compound tyre, because when the race starts, it'll be starting at 4 p.m. Local time, and obviously 6 p.m. UK time. And, you know, as it gets later in the race, the soft compound tyres won't suffer as much, because, you know, the heat, if there is, you know, the sun's out or anything, it will start to drop. And as well, this track doesn't really wear tyres out that much, to be honest. I mean, it can really hurt the rear tyres, this circuit, because there are some slow corners where, you know, out of those slow corners, you can really put some, or really punish your rear tyres. But really, this track is not one of those tracks you associate with being a high tyre wear circuit, because the first and the third sector, it's really just about the straights. And even, you know, turn 2 in the first sector is, you know, nearly a flat out corner. And then the middle sector, yeah, it can hurt the rear tyres, the exits of those slow corners, but it's not really, you've not got a lot of, you know, medium and high speed corners where you can really put a lot of load through the tyres, you know, lap through lap. And obviously the final sector, yeah, you got one corner, Jinsao, which is like a medium speed corner. And then what do you call it? And then the long pit straight. So, yeah, this isn't a high tyre wear circuit, so I think Red Bull will start on the soft compound tyre. And one other thing I want to say quickly, because I think in last night's stream, the sprint race, when I was doing my, you know, initial reaction with you guys after the race had finished, my, I think I said that I believed it would be a one-stop strategy for the race, but now I look at it, because of how competitive I guess the race is going to be, and because with these new 2022 cars, how much easier, clearly, it is to overtake. I mean, we saw so many overtakes or attempted overtakes yesterday. It was quite frankly ridiculous, to be honest. Because of that, I think we're actually going to see a two-stop race today. And the reason that is again, because it is a lot easier to overtake than I expected. And probably more, much more easier than the teams expected as well. Because you have to remember with what do you call it? You have to remember with the difference between a one and a two-stop strategy. The reason a lot of times teams will go for a one-stop strategy, like for example they did in Mexico, is because the biggest con, I guess you could say, of doing a two-stop or going for an extra pit stop on your strategy is that you'll have to overtake cars on track. And if it is hard to overtake at that certain track, then even if you've got better pace and clean air, if you're unable to overtake cars on, that are doing less pit stops, then your two-stop or extra stop strategy is going to be just completely destroyed. But with this circuit, because it is a lot easier to overtake, and we saw with Fernando Alonso in the Alpine, when he pitted for a new front wing and new tyres, I mean, he got back up to 15th place before his penalty and was gaining lots of time and was one of the quickest drivers on the circuit for the rest of the sprint race with those, 2 to 3 lap fresher soft tyres compared to everybody else. So, yeah, that's why I think we're going to see a two-stop race, because you won't really be affected by slower cars on, doing less pit stops, because it's so much easier to overtake around this track compared to Mexico, or even the Circuit of America's track as well in America. It kind of reminds me, this track and this Grand Prix this weekend, kind of like Bahrain, where in Bahrain, some years we have seen teams go for a one-stopper, but because in Bahrain it is a lot easier to overtake than the majority of the circuits on the calendar, teams do tend to go for a 2 or even a 3-stop race there, because they know there's so many overtaking opportunities there that they'll be able to make the ground back up on circuit. So yeah, I think it'll be a 2-stop race. I think we'll probably see them doing, I don't know, soft, medium, or soft, medium, soft, something like that. I don't think we'll see the hard compound tyres today. I just don't see that happening at all unless the temperature has gone up massively, but I don't think it would have, really. So yeah, it should be a 2-stop race, I think, for pretty much everyone. Maybe we'll get a couple teams going for a 1-stopper just to try something different, but yeah, I think it's going to be a 2-stop race in this Grand Prix today. And I think with Red Bull, my prediction is that Max Verstappen will win the Grand Prix, and I'm going to go with Sergio Perez in 4th place. Perez, I think, Red Bull will have better pace today than they had in the sprint because they will have a better tyre choice. But with Sergio Perez, I just don't think he has quite the pace to compete with Russell, Hamilton, and of course his teammate, which is why I go for him in 4th. He won't be too far, though, off whoever wins the Grand Prix, whether it's Verstappen, Russell, or Hamilton, or even someone else. He won't be too far off. He'll definitely be, only a 10th or 2 here or there off the raw pace out front. And the reason I think Max Verstappen will win is because they will start him on the soft compound tyre, and he'll have a lot more pace today. Obviously, if there's no debris on track to run over, he'll, not suffer from that. So I think because of all that, Max Verstappen, just somehow, some way, he will get past the 2 Mercedes. And do remember that Red Bull, they have the best straight line speed out of any team this weekend. We saw that in the speed trap data from Friday qualifying. They were 1st and 2nd in the main speed trap, and we know they are so quick in a straight line anyway this season. So if they get within a second of a Mercedes, they are going to gain an absolute shit ton amount of time down the straights. And of course, there are 2 quite long DRS zones. So yeah, that's going to help them a lot. And also, we know strategically Red Bull are better than Mercedes. We've seen that a few times this season, and I think they will more so get it right. And I think for Mercedes, if they're going to win today, they've got to really just be perfect in this race today, because Red Bull, they are going to bounce back today. I have no doubt about that. And I think, yeah, whether it's through an undercut, pitting a lap earlier to get ahead of one of the Mercedes and then overtaking the other one, Whether it's that or another way, I think somehow, some way, Max Verstappen just about will win the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, but it will be a close fight between him, Russell, and Hamilton. I have no doubt about that. But guys, let me know in the chat. Do you think Verstappen will still come out on top, or do you think Mercedes can get that elusive first win of the Formula One season? Let me know in the live chat. We'll quickly go on to Ferrari next before we go on to Mercedes, the other main contender for victory today. Of course, Mercedes looking out the front row. For Ferrari, yeah, they are not contenders for victory today. Charles Leclerc is in 5th on the grid, and Carlos Sainz, because of his 5-place penalty, is P7. So, yeah, looking at their pace in the sprint, Carlos Sainz's pace in the first half of the sprint was actually decent, pretty decent actually, but Charles Leclerc's pace was, yeah, quite a bit worse than Carlos's, and that's why Leclerc was, about 10 seconds away from Sainz after 24 laps of the sprint. So, yeah, Leclerc's pace not very good, and Leclerc was on average, as I'll get on to in a moment, except for the laps where overtakes were being made, Leclerc was on average half a second slower per lap than George Russell in the sprint race. So, you know, with more laps today, obviously that's not going to help Ferrari get anywhere near the Red Bulls or Mercedes cars. And because Carlos Sainz is behind Leclerc on the grid, I don't think Carlos will really be able to utilise maybe any extra race pace he has over his teammate Leclerc. Because the first, mission for Carlos will be to overtake Lando Norris for 6th, which might take, say, 2 or 3 laps. And then after that, I think it'll be pretty much for Ferrari like Mexico, where they won't be losing as much time per lap as they were in Mexico, where they ended up, I think, almost a minute off the race winner. They won't be that far off, but they will be probably over half a minute behind the race winner at the end of the race. That's if, of course, there is no safety cars. So, yeah, 5th and 6th, I think it will be for them. Leclerc 5th, Carlos Sainz in P6. And, yeah, there's not much to say about Ferrari. The only way they can win, say in Abu Dhabi, because again, I don't think they're going to win this race. The only way I think even they're going to get on the podium is if there's like a collision between 2 of the 4 cars out front, and maybe even a couple reliability issues that cause a couple of the front 4 cars to retire. That's really the only way I see them on the podium, Ferrari. They just don't have the raw pace, unfortunately, to compete with Mercedes and Red Bull in races. But for Abu Dhabi, if Ferrari, want to win there and end the season off well after what's been a very hard and painstaking second half of the season, the only chance is them getting pole position, or even, you could argue, a front row lockout might be the only chance of a race win in Abu Dhabi, because they are simply just slower than Red Bull and Mercedes, not by only a tenth or two, but by a significant amount per lap. So yeah, if you're a Ferrari fan, do not have any expectations going into this Grand Prix. 5th and 6th, which is, funnily enough, where they finished last year in this race, and they were about per lap, maybe not as slow as they're going to be today, but they were, quite a bit off, obviously, the front 4 cars, which were Verstappen, or Hamilton, Verstappen, Bottas, Perez, the 2 Mercedes and the 2 Red Bulls. So, yeah, if you're a Ferrari fan, don't expect anything, because it is going to be a very quiet and tough day at the office, unless we get a race like 2019, where, maybe some retirements can cause Ferrari to rise up, as long as the 2 drivers don't collide like they did in that race 3 years ago. And finally, before we get onto the data, let's go on to Mercedes-Benz. What a sprint race. They were so good. And with Max Verstappen starting on the medium for the sprint, and having that damage happen as well after he was overtaken by Russell, Sainz and Hamilton, they were able to benefit from that massively and able to be the fastest team in the sprint. They were incredibly quick. George Russell drove brilliantly, never gave up after his 2, I wouldn't say failed attempts at overtaking, but, he didn't overtake Verstappen. But eventually got the move done. His pace was great the whole way through. And, he won the sprint race by quite a healthy margin of 4 seconds, which is, quite good considering when he overtook Verstappen for the lead, Carlos Sainz was only a second behind him. So, yeah, over the final, 10 laps or so, he did very well to pull, a very good lead and show that the Mercedes car is very quick in race conditions. And even though I think Verstappen will win today, because I still think him in that car and Red Bull as a team, I just still think they've got the performance and the pace to win the race today. Mercedes absolutely mean business, and they could absolutely win the race today. I'd say it's like a 50-50 still as to who is going to win today between Mercedes and Red Bull, even though I'm still going for Verstappen. I would still say, yeah, it is definitely a 50-50 as to who is actually going to win this Grand Prix. I think the keys for Mercedes, and it's going to be tough on Lewis Hamilton this, but if they get away, with Russell in the lead, Hamilton second, and Verstappen's not causing any serious harm behind in the early laps with his, great straight line speed and with the slipstream that I have no doubt he'll be able to utilize very well in this Grand Prix. Then what do you call it? If they get away in first and second, I think what they're going to have to do, the two drivers, especially Lewis Hamilton, going to have to play the team game, because if Lewis, say, is quicker than Russell in the race, which I think is very possible. I think it's very, very possible that Lewis could have better pace than Russell today, and most times that is the case. I think because, if the Mercedes cars start battling, that's going to help Verstappen, because obviously Mercedes will start wearing their tyres out quicker, and Max will then be able to get closer and maybe go for an overtake himself on at least one of the Mercedes cars. So I think really, at least for the first stint, they just need to keep, in first and second, and just keep Verstappen at bay and try and pull away as best they can. And then if the two drivers want a race, I think Mercedes have got to really say, second half of the race, yeah, then we'll let you race. If they've got, clear enough space from the Red Bulls, whether Verstappen's already far ahead or Perez is far enough behind, maybe then they can battle. But if they're going to win today and beat Verstappen, I think they're going to have to work the two drivers as a team to keep Verstappen at bay, and definitely keeping Lewis Hamilton in the slipstream of George Russell, and even having DRS on Russell will be key as well. To keeping Verstappen at bay, at least for the first stint of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. So, yeah, that's, I'd say, the key for the first stint. And then when we get to the pit stops, obviously, Mercedes on strategy this season have not been really that great. The biggest weakness is not when to pit, it's the tyre choice that they go for, which has been their biggest weakness, where, at the US Grand Prix, for the final stint, they put Hamilton on the hard tyres, where, that probably wasn't the best decision. Then obviously they put him on the hard tyres, both Mercedes on the hard tyres in Mexico, and that cost them the win in Mexico. Maybe they still wouldn't have won the race, but it cost them a chance at still maybe fighting for victory. And yeah, obviously the Dutch Grand Prix as well, where they failed to pit Lewis Hamilton for soft compound tyres. That's really where Mercedes have come up short in 2022. Because let's not act like Mercedes have not had chances to win this season. They've had, 3, 4, maybe 5 chances to win this season. But yeah, most of the time they've just got it wrong on the tyre choice, and that's what's cost them in the end. So when they pit, if they are on a two-stop strategy, they cannot afford to go onto a harder compound tyre than the conditions or what it is appropriate for. And I think really they need to just go for the softer compounds, Mercedes, because their pace on the softer compounds is absolutely fine. And we know they look after their tyres very well. They keep their tyres, from overheating very well, a lot better than almost every team on the grid. So they don't need to worry about the tyre wear massively today. And as I said, with this track, tyre wear is not a massive issue here, especially with the, cooler temperatures that we're seeing for this Grand Prix this weekend. So, yeah, for Mercedes, they just need to really, I think, go for a soft, medium strategy. I think that's the best thing to do for the race today. So really, yeah, those are the keys. Working as a team on the driver's side, and making sure they don't go for too hard a compound in their pit or tire strategy. Because if they do like a soft, medium strategy, I think that might not work. Because again, the soft tires are definitely working a lot better than I think expected coming into this Grand Prix this weekend. And I think in the end, I think what's going to happen is Lewis Hamilton will probably be quicker than Russell in the race today. And then because of that, Hamilton will probably have a go at overtaking Russell. That will allow Verstappen to get closer. And then Max will probably be pitted before the two Mercedes once there is a gap behind for Max to pit. Which will probably be, what, lap 20? Maybe lap 18 at the earliest for Max. And then, yeah, that will, trigger, obviously, Mercedes into pitting. But they will then lose position, at least with one of their cars, to Verstappen. And then I think Verstappen either, does another undercut to get past the other or overtakes the other Mercedes. But if they do work really well as a team, the two drivers, to keep Max at bay, and then Mercedes get the tyre choice right and they're, obviously the lap they pit correct, then I don't see why they can't win. And if you're a Mercedes fan, yeah, definitely the win is possible today. I don't think it will happen, but it's definitely possible. There's no doubt about that. This is, I would say, their best chance of winning this season. And if they don't win this Grand Prix, I mean, maybe in Abu Dhabi they'll have a chance, but if they don't win this Grand Prix, then I think it pretty much sums up their season, that no matter how hard they try, they just cannot get that elusive race win. But yeah, I'd say between Mercedes and Red Bull and really Russell, Hamilton and Verstappen, I think it's really a 50-50 as to who actually wins the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. So yeah, we'll see in this Grand Prix how it all plays out, but I've said how I think it'll play out. Let me know, guys, in the live chat, how do you think today's Sao Paulo Grand Prix, which starts in an hour and 10 minutes from now, how do you think it'll play out? How do you think the battle up for the victory will go? How do you think Ferrari will do? Let me know in the chat. And quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying, sprint race and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And of course, we will be doing so for 2023 as well. 2023 will be a 24 race, probably 23 race calendar if China is indeed cancelled like we think it's going to be. So yeah, we're doing qualifying and race and sprint race watch-alongs, and even pre-season testing watch-alongs as well for 2023. So make sure to subscribe to the channel for all that content coming next year, and plenty of content in the winter as well. Bottom right of the screen, you can subscribe to the channel right there. And also, well, for everyone watching, don't forget to smash the like button to help the channel grow. And don't forget to follow me on Twitter as well, at ChazHD5 or ChazzaHD on Twitter. That would be brilliant if you could follow me on Twitter. But one thing I'm going to do quickly, before I get into the data, which will really give you guys a good idea as to what do you call it, as to what the pace will be like today and who will be the quicker teams in this race and who may not. So, give you a good idea to see what teams to look out for. Let me just, before I get onto that, let me just quickly ask you guys, who do you think is going to win the race? So, who do you think will win the 2022 Sao Paulo GP today? And I'll just quickly do the options. The options are going to be Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, and Perez. And by the way, my prediction for Mercedes is that I think George Russell will finish in second, and then Hamilton will finish third. But they'll be very close to each other and very close to Max as well, who I think, again, will win the race. So there you go. So that poll, guys, is now at the top of the live chat. Make sure over the next hour to vote on it. I want to know from everyone, who do you think is winning the race today? Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, or Perez? Obviously, I haven't included Leclerc because I just don't think realistically it is possible unless a lot happens and a lot goes their way. But yeah, I don't think that is realistic, unfortunately, from Ferrari's perspective. But let me know in the chat over the next hour, and then right before the race, I will end the poll and I will see what you guys think as to who you think is going to win the race today, and get the general idea of what you guys think in the live chat. But before we go on to the rest of the teams, it is now time to get into the data. Now, I'm going to hide the timer because obviously it's going to, if I come back to this scene on OBS, it's going to reset itself. So I will get the timer back on screen probably in 10 to 15 minutes. So don't worry, I will get it back on screen. And I'm sure Rook in the chat, my moderator, will update anyone asking when the race gets going in Brazil. Right, so let's do that now, and let's get into it. So, these are the average lap times for all the teams that I'm now going to go into for the sprint race. So, Max Verstappen's average lap time, like I said, a 1:15.4 it was. In comparison to Leclerc and Russell, wasn't too bad considering how his second half of the race went, to be honest. So I think there is good pace there in the Red Bull. Maybe it's just not as good as I thought it would be coming into the weekend. But I reckon, starting on the soft tyres, not hitting any debris that causes any pace loss, I think that Red Bull is still in Verstappen's hands. I still think it's the quickest car out there. So yeah, his average lap time was a 1:15.4. Charles Leclerc's was a 1:15.6, and that's why I say that with Verstappen, his average lap time in the race will be a lot better in comparison to Leclerc and Mercedes. That's why I say that Ferrari are not in the fight today, because they're going to be probably half a second per lap off the pace of Mercedes and Red Bull at best, I would say. So that's why, yeah, Leclerc and Ferrari are not really in the fight. And for George Russell, yeah, his average lap time in the sprint was a 1:15.1. And with Verstappen starting on the soft most likely for this Grand Prix, I think you'll see Red Bull and Mercedes. I think Red Bull, in Verstappen's hands, they'll be a tad quicker, but it'll be around the same pace between Mercedes and Red Bull. So yeah, definitely look out for that battle, because that's going to be very interesting to see, the lap times and who gains and just how it all plays out. It's going to be a very close fight, and just pretty much like last year. And I know obviously Hamilton starting in P10 meant it, made it more exciting, because if Hamilton started on pole for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix last year, then it would have been an easy win. But I think we're going to get another possible classic Grand Prix at Interlagos. Now let's get into the midfield and get into the average lap time. So Lando Norris's average lap time in the sprint was the joint best out of any other midfield team, the 1:16.2. And his pace, actually, compared to Charles Leclerc, wasn't too bad. I mean, you saw the average lap time there. Leclerc was a 15.6, so Norris was only, 5-6 tenths of a second slower than Leclerc per lap in the sprint, which for McLaren, that's pretty good. I mean, because they were, earlier in the season, they were at least a second and a half slower than Ferrari most times than not. So, yeah, that's very good to see the progress there from Norris. And Norris will be, as I'll get onto in a moment when I get into the midfield teams, Lando Norris will be the highest placed car from that midfield pack. There's no doubt about it, because, he's very quick despite his illness. The McLaren car is pretty quick. And yeah, from the sprint, it was pretty clear to see the McLaren had good pace. For Alpine, obviously, because of all their little wars going on between Ocon and Alonso, and, Ocon then having damage to his car, which caused him to drop all the way nearly to the back, and Fernando having to pit or new front wing and go on fresher tyres. The reason I did not show, or I'm not showing any average lap time for Alpine is because it's not really relevant data, and it's a bit skewed because of what happened in Alpine's race, sprint race. So that's why I'm not going to be showing the data there. But I will say, because we don't know exactly what their pace is like, it does make it interesting to know, coming into this sprint, what is their actual pace like. They will obviously make progress, but there are some other fast cars out there, so it's going to be a bit harder for Alpine than I think than maybe Alpine fans or at the Alpine team expect, to be honest. But then for Zhou Guanyu, obviously he came through to finish 13th. Good drive from Zhou because he's never raced around here before and was quicker than Bottas, ahead of Bottas as well. His average lap time was a 1:16.7, which is a tad disappointing for Alfa Romeo. I would have expected them to be probably 2 or 3 tenths closer to like Lando's average lap time in the sprint, but not too bad, and they'll still be, fighting away. But I just don't think they've got the pace really to get into the top 10. I think it's because they just don't have the speed in the first and third sector, which is costing them quite a bit. And then for these 3 teams, by the way, for Williams, because, Latifi was on the medium and Albon retired from the race, I also did not do any data calculations for them because, it's a bit skewed and not relevant enough. So, these are the final 3. Kevin Magnussen obviously started the sprint on pole. His average lap time was a 1:16.4, same as Pierre Gasly. And obviously Magnussen is 8th on the grid and Gasly is 10th. So that's going to be a very close battle today in Magnussen and Gasly. Very important one as well, because Haas and AlphaTauri are fighting for 8th in the championship, and Haas obviously scored a point in the sprint yesterday, and that was that caused them to go now 2 points clear. And if Magnussen obviously beats Gasly and they both finish in the points, or if Magnussen finishes in the points and Gasly doesn't, then that will be critical for the championship with 1 race to go after this Grand Prix today. And then, for Sebastian Vettel, I said, Lando's pace was the joint best out of all the midfield cars. The other person who had, the same pace was Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin. His average lap time in the sprint was also 1:16.2. And I would say he is, in terms of who's going to finish at the front of the midfield pack, I'd say he's probably a bit of a dark horse, even though he's only starting 9th. It's not like he's starting way further down the grid. But definitely look out for Sebastian Vettel. Obviously, his last race here, he's won here 3 times in the past, won a championship here, was always great here, and always is great around this circuit. And definitely watch out for Sebastian Vettel. And I think Vettel will definitely beat Kevin Magnussen in the race, because we know Aston Martin are quicker than Haas over a race distance. And we saw that pretty much in the race. The sprint race yesterday, because Vettel only finished a second and a half behind Magnussen in the sprint, even though Magnussen finished or started on pole and Vettel started 13th. So it shows you Aston Martin, they've got some very good pace. And as well, I had to eliminate, from me calculating his average lap time, Vettel, I had to eliminate a few laps because he was stuck behind Stroll. Or not stuck behind Stroll, but he was fighting with Stroll side by side a lot, and that really slowed his lap times down. The lap times that I calculate the ones that were not affected by either having been overtaken or them overtaking, because it does affect the lap times quite a lot, and it does affect the data quite a bit. So that's why it's only a 16.2. This very well could be a chance that Sebastian actually has, in reality, the best pace out of all the midfield drivers or cars, whatever you want to call it. So, definitely watch out for Sebastian Vettel starting in P9. I think he's going to have definitely a good Grand Prix today. But now let me go on to my full race prediction for all 20 cars, and with the gaps as well. And let's get into it. So Max Verstappen will be the winner. George Russell will finish in second, just 2 seconds behind, with Hamilton a second behind Russell in third. And as you can see, I think it will be very close, but I just think Verstappen in the end will have just enough to get the win. Perez will be only a few seconds back from the winner of Verstappen in fourth, and then Leclerc and Sainz 5th and 6th. You can see I've gone with Leclerc 35 seconds off and Sainz 40 seconds off. I think they'll just not have the pace around this track to compete, unfortunately. And then I've gone with Lando Norris in 7th, a minute and 12 seconds behind the winner, with Sebastian Vettel only a second and a half behind in 8th. And then Magnussen 9th, Gasly 10th. The reason I've got Haas in the points is because their pace in the sprint was actually pretty good. And I think they've got, because the tyres maybe aren't wearing as much at this Grand Prix. We know Haas do struggle with tyre wear, as they have done for a few seasons. It's not affecting them as much, and I think that's why they were able to be quicker in the sprint, and that's why I think they'll be, have a decent pace in this race as well. So yeah, I think Magnussen will finish in 9th with Gasly in 10th. By the way, if this prediction does play out exactly like I've obviously predicted, then there would be some changes to the championship, not in terms of position, but it would make things very exciting going into the final race, because if Mercedes scored 33 points and Ferrari only scored 18, the gap is now down to 36 points between Ferrari and Mercedes after the sprint. So that'd be a further gain of 15 points on by Mercedes. So the gap would go down to just 21 points with one race to go. So, yeah, that would make it very interesting, who is going to win the battle between Ferrari and Mercedes for second in the championship. And, of course, if Aston Martin get 8th place, which would be 4 points for Vettel, that would put them just 1 point behind Alfa Romeo going into the final race. Haas would pull away by an extra point over AlphaTauri, and the gap would be 3 points in Haas's favour. And then for McLaren, if Lando Norris does finish in 6th and Alpine don't score a point today, then McLaren will, even though they'll be level on points with Alpine, they will go back into 4th in the championship because they have the best race result this season of 3rd, when Alpine's best race result this season is 5th, I believe, from Austria. I think with Verstappen, Ocon. I think Alonso had 5th as well at Silverstone, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see if it does play out like this. It'll be interesting to see how those battles then all shake out in Abu Dhabi. And then for the rest of the field, I've gone with Ricciardo in P11. Lance Stroll starts the race from 15th, I believe, but I think he'll make some progress and finish in 12th. By the way, sorry I didn't correct the Mick Schumacher gap, where it says 35 seconds. I just forgot to do that. I did actually finish these race predictions literally like a minute before I started. But yeah, please don't be confused too much. Again, sorry about what I've done there. And then, 13th and 14th are gone for the Alpines. And the reason that is because I know they're going to make progress today. They are quicker than 17th and 18th on the grid. Or 16th and 17th on the grid, actually, they'll be, because of Tsunoda's pit lane start. But we don't know what their actual pace is like. So I can't say. And because Stroll and Ricciardo normally have better race pace than, they have better race pace than they do in qualifying. And we know the Aston Martin McLaren cars are pretty quick. That's why I've got them finishing ahead of the Alpines. As well, apologies that I've got Ricciardo as a Red Bull driver with the column there. Again, I literally finished this graphic literally like a minute or 90 seconds before the stream started. So yeah, apologies about that. And then I've got Mick Schumacher 15th. He had a good sprint race, but I think Haas will drop off a bit more today. And then Zhou will finish in 16th, Bottas 17th, Tsunoda 18th, Albon 19th, and Nicholas Latifi will finish in 20th position. So those are my full race predictions for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And now I will get the timer back on screen. And we have 53 minutes to go until the race begins in Sao Paulo. And yeah, let me know in the chat, keep letting me know in the chat, what you think is going to happen. How do you think it's going to happen? How do you think things will happen in this Grand Prix today? I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say. Samantha Hadley says, I love Chaz HD. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, great to see, obviously, all of you in chat. And make sure, obviously, to keep voting in that poll at the top of the live chat. Who do you think is going to win the Grand Prix? Because that poll will be ending in about 45 minutes from now. And yeah, let's try and get as many votes as we can with that. Just quickly checking Twitter to see if there isn't any, if there is any news, and can't see anything on Twitter. Just actually looking at a clip on Twitter, and so on the driver parade, Mick Schumacher drove Sebastian Vettel around as his chauffeur. That's funny. Obviously, them two have good connection. But, right. Let's now, I think, actually, before I get onto the midfield teams, let me have a drink of water. Because obviously we've got a long way to go in this stream. There you go. That feels very nice. Yeah, let's now get into the midfield teams. And whilst I go through the midfield teams, guys, let me know, how do you think the midfield drivers and teams will get on? So, starting with McLaren. Yeah, great sprint race for them. Lando Norris finishing P7, and that's what I said is what they needed to do. Beat Kevin Magnussen and keep the Alpines behind. That was all they needed to do, and that's exactly what they did. And Daniel Ricciardo had a great sprint race, coming from P14 to P11. Obviously, the Alpines having their get-together did help, and Lance Stroll having a lack of pace towards the end of the sprint and his penalty as well did help Ricciardo. But still, P11 on the grid, that is great for McLaren, because it does mean that if Ricciardo can make further progress today, that Ricciardo, if he gets an extra point or two and Norris does finish in 7th, then McLaren will not just go back into 4th, they'll go a couple points clear. And in Abu Dhabi, I think McLaren will be probably right on the pace with Alpine, maybe a tad quicker, at least with Lando Norris in the car. So, yeah, that really would be a big thing if Ricciardo could grab a couple points from this Grand Prix. But yeah, for Ricciardo, I don't think he will, because I don't think he'll have enough pace in that car, because we know he's obviously a bit slower than Norris. I don't think he'll have enough pace in that car to get ahead of Magnussen and Gasly. And McLaren, they are still struggling, with straight line speed. I mean, it's a lot better this weekend from what we saw in qualifying, but yeah, it's still not as good as, say, AlphaTauri and probably Haas as well. And obviously the Mercedes power unit is not the most powerful on the grid anymore. It's probably the third most powerful, even the least powerful on the grid, which doesn't help. And that will affect his chances of getting a point in this Grand Prix. So that's why I've got him in P11. And then, yeah, for Lando Norris, I think he will, obviously starting in P6, he'll get a decent start. He'll probably just let Carlos Sainz go after a couple of laps, because obviously Sainz is going to be quite a bit faster. And then Norris, all he's got to do then is focus on keeping well ahead of whoever's in 8th place, whether it's Sebastian Vettel, Kevin Magnussen, Pierre Gasly, his teammate, whoever. Just got to do his own race in 7th place, get the 7th place, and then he can, get those vital points for the not the Alpine team, the McLaren team. And then, yeah, I think Norris will finish in 7th pretty comfortably. I mean, I know I showed that I think Sebastian Vettel will be a second and a half behind him, but I just think Norris will be able to keep him well at bay during the Grand Prix. So, yeah, I think Norris will be fine finishing the points, and I think McLaren, like I said, will be going into the final race ahead of Alpine in the championship, even though it could still swing again in Abu Dhabi, as we've seen plenty of times before when it comes to the Drivers' or Constructors' Championship. Let's now go on to Alpine. The sprint race yesterday was a perfect summary of their season. Alpine, really, this season, should be finishing 4th. Not massively comfortably, but pretty comfortably by, 30 to 40 points. But yet again, they throw points away when they should be getting a pretty strong result. And obviously from the sprint, they should be getting a pretty strong starting position for the race. But instead, they are now 16th and 17th on the grid. Esteban Ocon, by the way, has had to change his power unit and some things on his chassis after the fire he had in the pit lane after the sprint finished that you guys may have seen. He hasn't took on a penalty for that, by the way, because the new power unit he's took on is one he already used, which hasn't had a ton of mileage. So, yeah, there's no penalty there for Ocon, thankfully, and thankfully for Alpine. Yeah, yesterday's sprint race was just, again, a great summary of their season. Great potential for a lot of points and a good result, but they just cannot deliver on it fully. Obviously, Ocon Alonso almost collided at turn 4. Ocon was definitely a bit excessive in squeezing Alonso a bit wider. And then Alonso did deserve the penalty he got for clipping the back of Esteban Ocon because it was a poor driving error where he just didn't move out the slipstream quick enough. Similar to Kimi Räikkönen in Portugal last year, where he didn't move out the slipstream quick enough. Bit of an old man mistake from Alonso. Obviously, he's pretty much the same age as Kimi Räikkönen is Fernando. So, yeah, obviously he dropped to the back, came back through. Ocon definitely had damage from that, the clipping of his diffuser and rear tyre. There's no doubt about that. And that's why he ended up dropping all the way down the field. Thankfully, though, the car will be repaired. And they won't have to take a penalty for it. And Alpine will be fine on that front. But because we don't know really what their legitimate pace is, it's hard to say how they're going to do today. What they need to do, really, is just score. Even if it's just 1 point, that would be enough. As long as Lando Norris doesn't finish any higher than 7th. If Norris finishes in 7th like I think he will, I think most people here watching think he will as well, then a point would be good enough because that would still keep them in the lead of in the battle for the constructors by a single point over the McLaren team. So that's all they need today, and then at least they give themselves that final race where all they need to do simply is outscore McLaren or score the same as McLaren in Abu Dhabi to finish 4th in the championship, and it would simplify things for Alpine in the championship. And obviously it'd simplify things for McLaren if they were to get back into the lead today, back in the lead of that battle, because in Abu Dhabi then all they would need to do is finish, get the same amount of points as Alpine in Abu Dhabi, or more than Alpine in Abu Dhabi to get that final 4th place at the end of the season. But will they actually get it? Again, it's so hard to say because we've got other fast cars in the pack, the McLarens, the Aston Martins, Gasly and the AlphaTauri looking pretty decently quick, and obviously a lot higher up the grid. And what do you call it? Magnussen even in the Haas, his pace looks pretty decent as well. So it's hard to say, really, what the pace is going to be like between Alpine and the rest of the midfield. Maybe they'll have the pace to get into the points of both cars. It's hard to say. But in my prediction, I went to 13th and 14th, and that's where I am going to, stick with them at. And yeah, we'll see how they get on. I think the key, if they're going to finish in the points, is they need to be really overtaking cars straight away. They cannot afford to be stuck in the pack for the first 20 to 30 laps, because if they are, they'll just lose more time to the people in the top 10, and they'll end up just way too far away, despite whatever pit or tyre strategy they go for. And we know, actually, when it comes to strategy, they aren't the best team on the grid, Alpine, when it comes to that. So yeah, we will see how they get on, and we'll see what their actual pace is like, especially in the first, say, 10 to 20 laps of the race, because I think that's probably when we'll get a good idea as to what their actual pace is like, because again, we didn't have enough relevant data from the sprint. But damage limitation is what it needs to be today for Alpine, and hopefully from their point of view, they can get some sort of point or two to give them some sort of confidence going into the final Grand Prix. Just want to answer a comment in the chat from Paul Esmond saying, Chaz, respectfully, I must disagree with your race-winning picks. Instead, I believe it'll be Lewis, George, Max, and Charles. Yeah, I can see that happening. And, it's no problem if you disagree. Like I said, it's going to be a 50-50 as to who's going to win. So, yeah, no problem with that. And by the way, hello to Prank in the chat. And again, if anyone hasn't already, make sure to vote in that poll at the top of the live chat if you want to let me know who you think is going to win the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. So yeah, make sure to vote in that poll. I am about to put on the F1 coverage. I've just been watching the first half of Man United play. Obviously, I am interested in football as well. But yeah, I'm now going to put on the F1 coverage, and I'll let you know, guys know what the actual weather is like. I think the weather is going to be fine today. It's not going to rain, I don't believe. But we'll see if it's, maybe hotter. That could make a real difference today. Claudia could make a difference as well. Could, even favour more the people, wanting to be on the soft tyres more so than the mediums or the hards. So yeah, let me just quickly tune in and see what's going on. And yeah, looks very nice. Very nice weather. Arguably, well, the race starting an hour and a half earlier than the sprint did yesterday. Probably not massively hotter, but a bit hotter. The race start will be than it was for the sprint. So that could, maybe the medium tyres will really come into their own in those conditions. It could make the difference, absolutely. But yeah, we'll see what happens in the start of the race when it comes to tyre choice. Now we'll go on to the final few teams. Alfa Romeo, 13th and 14th. They've got decent pace, Alfa Romeo. Maybe not as much as I expected them to have in the sprint. But yeah, 13th and 14th, a good recovery. But I think looking at the grid, obviously you've got the two Alpines behind. I think Alpine will be quicker than Alfa Romeo. And I don't think they'll be able to get ahead of Mick Schumacher and the Haas, who probably has about the same pace, I would say, in race conditions as the Alfa Romeos, and Lance Stroll starting in 15th, I believe, behind. We know how great he is on race day, how great the Aston Martin car is on race day, and obviously how great he is at the start of Grand Prix. So yeah, that's going to make a difference when it comes to the fight between Stroll and the other cars around him. But yeah, for Alfa Romeo, I think they will drop back, and I think they'll end up finishing, like I said, 16th and 17th. I think if they were starting with one of their cars in the top 10, I think that would make a difference. I think they may then be able to, or may have then been able to sneak into a points-paying position. But because of their starting position, I don't think they'll be able to utilise it very much. But yeah, Alfa Romeo, 16th and 17th, I think they'll finish. Not enough pace here, but I think in Abu Dhabi next weekend, obviously a critical race it'll be for them, especially if Vettel does score 4 points or even 6 points. Or 4 points is obviously what I predicted, but 6 points definitely for 7th is possible. Then, next weekend's Grand Prix is absolutely crucial to Alfa Romeo's championship. Obviously, the extra prize money they'll get compared to what they had last year, where they finished 9th in the championship, will be massive. So yeah, but we'll see how they get on. But yeah, don't expect a points finish. I don't think that's possible for them. For Haas F1 though, their pace is a bit better than I expected it to be this week. I mean, I came to this Grand Prix thinking they'd be definitely quite a bit quicker than they were in Mexico, but I didn't think they would be really top 10 contenders. Obviously, Magnussen getting pole in the Friday qualifying helped with that massively. And then his pace was pretty good in the sprint as well. I mean, it took Lando Norris 20 laps to overtake him, so it's not like Norris just cruised past him easily, which we have seen at times with Haas, where they'll just fall back very quickly in a Grand Prix. That did not happen. And yeah, Magnussen, after that, I mean, yeah, he was slower than the cars behind of Vettel and Gasly, but he wasn't slower than Gasly on average over the sprint, but Gasly was starting to gain more time towards the end of the sprint, because I think Haas do wear out their tyres a bit quicker than AlphaTauri do, and certainly more so than McLaren and Aston Martin do. So it will be a tough race for Magnussen, but his aim has to be just simply to finish in the points. Sebastian Vettel will beat him for sure, because Aston Martin is much quicker. Yeah, when it comes to finishing in the points, really, Magnussen, the drivers he needs to worry about is Gasly, Ricciardo, Stroll, and the Alpines of Alonso and Ocon. Those are the drivers he needs to worry about. All the others, yeah, they won't be really of any trouble to him, because I think they'll either beat him anyway or be too far behind anyway to fight with him. So yeah, they won't be really fighting away with K-Mag. But I think he'll finish in 9th, because like I said, the pace is better for Haas. This is more of a Haas F1 track with the characteristics of the circuit, more power dominant. Ferrari, remember, do have the best power unit on the grid. It's just with Red Bull, the reason they're so quick in a straight line is because of the design philosophy, not the actual power unit itself. And because the tyre wear isn't as bad at this Grand Prix this weekend, and it normally isn't as bad in Brazil, that is helping them significantly. So yeah, they will be a bit better than they have been normally on race day. For AlphaTauri, Pierre Gasly had a good sprint. He had a good start to the sprint, got up to 9th place, and then was overtaken in the end by Sebastian Vettel. But yeah, the Aston Martin is just simply quicker than the AlphaTauri car. That's been the case really for most of the season in race trim. So yeah, no real surprise there from Aston Martin, being quicker than AlphaTauri. But getting into the top 10 for Gasly was crucial, because I think AlphaTauri, because they also have some very good top end speed, which really helps, obviously, having good pace around a track like this. It's really going to help today, obviously, from defending from cars behind, but maybe, overtaking cars ahead as well. And obviously, he is starting on the same row of the grid as Sebastian Vettel. So if there is a possibility to, as an Alpine, by the way, as the cars are now going onto the way to the grid, one of the Alpines, Esteban Ocon, went straight on at turn 4, interestingly. No lockup or anything, which is a bit weird. Just went too deep into the corner. Maybe the grip's not amazing. But, yeah, for Gasly, I think with the straight line speed he's got, if he can get a slipstream and maybe DRS on Vettel, he really could overtake him. But I think eventually Vettel, if he stays ahead, he will pull away, because Aston Martin do have fundamentally better race pace. But yeah, it's really Gasly's aim today is just simply beat Kevin Magnussen and hope that Magnussen doesn't finish in the points. It will be a very close fight. I think they'll be very close to the end of the race. But like I said, I think Magnussen has enough pace today to win that little battle, and enough pace to keep ahead of Gasly. And obviously the Haas car is pretty quick down the straights as well. So yeah, it's going to be a close and tough battle between the two. But yeah, I think he'll finish in the points. He'll grab a point in P10. You have to remember as well, Gasly is very quick around this track. Obviously second in 2019 and 7th last year, and he qualified, I think, 4th last year in the Friday qualifying. So he's always been very quick here, Gasly. So never underestimate Pierre around Interlagos. But yeah, I think it'll be a point for him. And for Yuki Tsunoda, yeah, starts from the pit lane, and I think he'll finish in 18th place. So yeah, that's why I got Tsunoda down in P18. And we'll now go on to Aston Martin. Well, quickly, because Lance Stroll is on the screen. Lance Stroll, yeah, what a poor sprint he had. He had a very good start, good pace, was looking all right. And then what he did against Vettel was so poor. And someone in that team, even if it's his own father, needs to have a word with him, because he could seriously hurt someone in the future doing that or pulling that maneuver. That was not right at all. Did the same to Alonso. Alonso had nearly a Robert Kubica-esque crash from Canada in 2007. Could have easily happened to Vettel as well. So yeah, and Vettel could have gone actually over the barriers into the infield. So, and could have hit some marshals if he had clipped the back of Stroll. So yeah, Lance Stroll needs to really wise up, because he's not, he's been in F1 for a long time now. He can't, he can't say he's young anymore. Well, he is young, but you can't say that he hasn't got enough experience. He's been racing in open wheel cars for 7 or 8 years. He's been racing in F1 for almost 6 years now. He doesn't have an excuses at this point. He needs to wise up, because he might seriously hurt someone in the future. For Sebastian Vettel, though, yeah, Vettel starts 9th. I think he'll beat Magnussen, because we know that he is much quicker on a race day than Magnussen is normally in the Haas. Not because Magnussen's slow in the race, but it's because, the Aston Martin is quite a bit quicker and looks after their tyres very well, and is able just to, have normally sometimes the best race pace out of any team in the midfield pack. So, yeah, definitely look out for Sebastian Vettel today, starting in P9. I think he'll finish in 8th. It'll be a close battle between him and Norris. Close-ish battle, but I think Norris will keep him, a second and a half, 2 seconds at base, something like that. And then for Lance Stroll, yeah, because of his, good pace on race day, Aston Martin's good pace and his great starts, he will make progress from 15th and finish in P12, but I don't think he'll be able to overtake, Ricciardo or, Gasly, Magnus, and anything like that, because we have to remember the Aston Martin does lack straight line speed, and they're probably the slowest team in a straight line, are Aston Martin. They've always struggled with that this season. So, yeah, it's going to be another struggle for them when it comes to that. But they should have the pace to definitely finish in the points. So, yeah, definitely look out for Aston Martin today. And finally for Williams, obviously this was the picture of Alex Albon's broken down car. Not actually sure what the issue was with Albon. I'll just have a quick look. And by the way, I am going to post the link of the stream out in a moment. Just to let you guys know, because I will come to your comments in the live chat, but I need to post a link out for the stream again. Alex Albon, on Wikipedia, his retirement reason was under tray. So maybe hit something too hard, or it came loose or something. Yeah, so that's why Albon retired from the sprint. And yeah, because, the Williams is very quick in the straight line. We know that. But with with them starting at the back, I don't think they're going to utilise that enough to really make any progress, and I think they will finish in 19th and 20th place, with Albon ahead, of course, of Latifi. But yeah, maybe they'll make some more progress than that. Maybe I'm underselling them, but yeah, that's how I think things are going to play out. But those are all the teams, and now I'll go on to these pictures. These pictures on the screen you'll be seeing during the watch-along itself. Let me just adjust their position in my timeline, I guess you could call it. There you go. So yeah, we've got 30 minutes to go, guys, until the race begins. And yeah, it is a bit hotter than it was yesterday. And obviously the race starting an hour and a half earlier. That will definitely make it a bit hotter for the race today, so that will make it interesting when it comes to tyre choice. According to Pirelli, though, I've just seen on the Sky broadcast, the quickest strategy today is to start on the soft and then go on to 2 sets of mediums. And then the second quickest strategy, which is they call very close, meaning it's very close to being the quickest one. There's only probably like a 2-3 second difference between the 2 strategies. The very close second quickest one is to do soft, medium, soft. So, yeah, the softer tyres will definitely get more of a working today than the harder tyres, which normally most of the time get a working, of course, in a Grand Prix. So, and as I can see, Felipe Drugovich, obviously Brazilian, 2022 F2 champion and Aston Martin development driver, being interviewed on the grid. Maybe, you never know, he could race at this Grand Prix in the future. I mean, he's a decent driver. He's a good driver in general, definitely. But when it comes to the F1 level, I'm not sure Drugovich is actually quite good enough, to be honest. But you never know what could happen in the future. It would be nice if we got a Brazilian back in F1, because they used to be such a mainstay of Formula 1. So many Brazilians on the grid, and now we've got none. So yeah, that's a bit sad, to be honest. But before I come to you guys in the chat, make sure to keep posting your comments in chat, guys. Let me know, how do you think things are going to happen today? And obviously keep voting in that poll at the top of the live chat. Keep doing that. I'm going to quickly post the link out on my community tab and on Twitter as well. And then we'll get into more of your comments in the chat. So let me just post this out quick. Come join us now to watch along the Sao Paulo GP. And a reminder for anyone new joining that my co-commentator Niblo will not be joining us tonight, because again, the timing for him is just not good enough. I think the race starts for him at 5 a.m. and yeah, he's just not going to be available for that. He's even said that he doesn't think he'll be able even to just watch much of the race because of the timing. So yeah, but he will be on next weekend for the final F1 weekend in Abu Dhabi. Right. Let me just post this out on Twitter. come join us in watching along the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. Hold on, let me do the hashtag. I'll just do a few hashtags and then we'll get to all of your comments in the chat and make sure to keep them coming. And I will try to get to as many as I can before we get going and get into the final bits of build up as well. Let me just do a few more hashtags if I can. And right, let me just do 2 more. As well, obviously, if you are, new to the channel, or if you haven't already, don't forget to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5, or just type in ChazHD on Twitter and you'll see my face with that blonde hair. And there you go, all tweeted out now. So, yeah, let's now see what you guys have to say. And I'll scroll up the chat a bit so I can read your comments. And hello to everyone, by the way. Great to see you all here. Let me just have a quick water as well, as we've got, what, 25 minutes to go before before the race begins. As George Russell, I can see on the grid, talking to his engineer. But right, let's get into some comments from you guys. James Swinnerton, Merck could still get second in the constructors. No, yep, absolutely. Again, if it ends how I predict it will, they'll only be 21 points behind going into the final race. And I mean, they'll still need a big-ish swing in their favour. But given Mercedes are a lot quicker than Ferrari at the moment in the races, where the points majority-wise are scored, yeah, it's definitely possible. There's no doubt about that. Whether it will happen or not, is up for debate. I still think Ferrari will hang on because I think Mercedes have just left it a bit too late. But yeah, I think it's definitely possible that Mercedes can get second in the championship. Obviously, would help if Ferrari had a retirement in the Grand Prix. Let's find some other comments here in the chat if I can. Off Driz United said, I heard Ted saying in his notebook as well, Chaz, Verstappen was struggling with the front end as well. Maybe that was to do with the medium tyres too. Yeah, it probably was. Because again, when you are suffering with tyres that aren't operating, or they're struggling with, say, the temperatures that are, are not right, I would say, for the tyre, and the tyres are a bit too cold, then yeah, you're gonna struggle really with I mean, rear end grip as well, but front end grip especially. You won't be able to get the front end in massively, into the corner, and it won't bite into as much of the track as it would do if they were on the correct tyres. So yeah, that's probably what that was. Rooksfoot says, someone said in chat that moved all the tyres 1 level harder compared to last year. So this year's stuff was last year's medium. Not sure if correct. Let me quickly look on Pirelli's Twitter. I think it probably is the case that the compound's hard. And obviously, if it's the 3 hardest compounds, then yeah, around a track like this, tyre wear's not really going to be, a massive issue. So, yeah, it's not the 3 hardest compounds. It's C4, C3, C2. And yeah, Pirelli, for the quickest strategy, they say the quickest is, soft, medium, medium, 2-stop race. Pit from the soft between lap 18 and 25, then go on to the medium. And then pit for another set of mediums between lap 41 and 49. So, yeah. And then very close, they say, is pitting from soft to medium. and then going just a bit longer on the mediums for the second stint and pitting between lap 45 and 52, and then going for a set of soft tyres at the end, which might actually turn out to be the better strategy in this race. But yeah, we will see how it goes. But the 3 out of the 4 possible race strategies they show Pirelli, 3 of them are, starting on the soft compound tyres. So I think we will get definitely 95% of the cars starting on the soft compound tyre. Josiah says Russell has a chance, but I don't know if he's my favourite to win. Chances of the deck on the softs were not that bad at all. Mercedes could probably go 35 laps on softs. They could, but is that the quickest way to do things? Because if Red Bull pit, say lap 20 for another set of soft tyres or mediums, and it's pretty clear they're going to do a 2-stop and they're going aggressive. If Mercedes stay out an extra 15 laps, if Red Bull then go and gain 2 seconds per lap, they'll just lose too much time to Red Bull. I mean, I guess what they could do, Mercedes, that is a possibility that obviously Ferrari will be way behind the 2 Mercedes and Red Bull. So really it's Red Bull they need to worry about when it comes to strategy. But what do you call it? If they can go, let's say if Max Verstappen does pit on lap 20, they could, if Verstappen doesn't close the gap massively over the following 10 to 15 laps, they could just do a 1-stop strategy and then go on to the mediums, say lap 30 or 35. It is possible, but because, like I said, it's a lot easier to overtake here than most tracks, and that's the one thing that hampers normally 2-stop strategies or extra stop strategies is, inability to overtake despite having the fresher, better tyres. I'm not sure that might work out, but it is a possibility if they want to go for that. It just depends on how much lap time per lap Max gains on fresh tyres if they are thinking of doing that. But we'll see how things play out. Jazztastic says if the strategy is on point, then I think Mercs will win. Josiah says Merc will win in my opinion, but I'm undecided on which one. Let me find some other comments here if I can. Is the track temp hot right now in Brazil? If it is, Merckx should start on mediums, and then Rook saying he doesn't get track temp till 15 minutes before the start. Yeah, give it another 4 minutes, and the track temperature stats will come up. But it'll be definitely warmer than yesterday. Not massively warmer, just I don't know, 3-4 degrees, maybe 5 degrees at most warmer. So, and I love that. I thought it was Fernando Alonso there. It's actually Valtteri Bottas, but Simon Lazenby went off camera suddenly to go and talk to Valtteri Bottas, which is a bit funny. I got to say, Bottas has got a very good Movember moustache. Looks like an absolute dude. He looks like someone who could have easily raced in F1 in like 1977 or something. He's such a dude. Is Bottas. Obviously, all the Scandinavians are very cool guys. Obviously, Kimi Räikkönen. We still miss that guy. Right. I'm going to try and read some comments a bit more sooner in the chat because I'm going to be going on to some things in a moment. Hello to Brabhamar says, hello people, it's official. I'm totally F1 obsessed. I woke up at 4:30 in the morning to watch this. Great to see you, mate. Great to see you. Yeah, great commitment. Let me find some other comments here if I can. Willifon says Latifi will get lapped 3 times. Well, I've gone for twice, but yeah, maybe the GOAT will be able to avoid getting lapped, more than, what do you call it? More than twice. We'll have to see. Just looking at Twitter quickly, see if there's any news in regards to Twitter. And no, can't see anything news-wise. Looks absolutely fine at the moment. Right, let's find some other comments here in the chat quick. Home on the Tosser says, Mag, simply the rising number one of Formula 1. One wonders, would he have won that one in round one? I think I know. Yeah, I think I know what you're referencing. I think it's the Formula Juan thing in Australia 20 years ago. That was funny. Let's find some other comments here. If I can. A Prank says, late safety car, Max puts on that extra set of softs for the win. Maybe somewhat within reason. I mean, we've seen it before in Brazil. We saw it 2019, didn't we? Where, safety car restarts were absolutely critical to the events of the, absolutely critical to the events of that Grand Prix. It really, really was. I mean, seeing an interesting thing, though, on Twitter. Saw something interesting that someone just tweeted out. Apparently, on Sky Germany, obviously they do the typical race build-up. That, Sky F1 in England do, or the UK. On Sky Germany, Timo Glock, who obviously the Brazilians won't have a fond memory of, he's a part of Sky Germany, interviewed Lewis Hamilton in the build-up to this race and asked him if 2008 for Massa was like 2021 for him, and Lewis said no, because 2008 was not manipulated, which is absolutely bang on, because there were those rumours for such a long time that Timo let Lewis through, and then it was some sort of ploy, when you actually look back at it, it was not a ploy whatsoever. Glock just had no grip on the grooved dry tyres when it was raining. The thing you have to remember back then is when you're on slick tyres these days, when it starts to rain, not too much, it affects the pace, but you don't fall off the cliff massively by like 6-7 seconds at least. With those grooved tyres, when it started to rain, because I think you weren't able to generate as much temperature in those tyres as you could or you can with the slicks. As soon as it started to rain, you had to pit because the groove tyres just couldn't cope with, a slight bit of rain for a few laps like the slicks can. So, yeah, as soon as it started to rain too much, Glock, there's nothing he could do, and then he ended up dropping back. And actually, in a funny way, that was the final ever F1 race with groove tyres, that 2008 Brazilian Grand Prix. Because the next year, we went back to slicks, thankfully, and I really hope we never go back to groove tyres, because that was one of the biggest mistakes F1 ever made, is going to groove tyres. I mean, I know why they did it. It was to slow the cars down, because back in 97, the cars were incredibly quick, and obviously they were trying to keep the cars from being too quick and too aggressive. But apparently, Ted Kravitz, I've just seen on Twitter, has reported that Ferrari have opened up the cooling ducts on the side of their cars more than usual due to high temperatures. So, yeah, not looking great for Ferrari already. Magnussen winning would be the dream from, says Juno. Yeah, that would be great. I'd love that. Vincent says, maybe Red Bull's trying to keep costs down and simply finishing the points this week possible. No, I don't think that's the case. They still want to get the wins. And you have to remember, I mean, Verstappen, he's now broken the record for the most wins in a season. There's 2 races to go. He wants to make sure that, he not just holds this record, but he can hold it for longer, because he ends up pulling away. And, having 16 wins as opposed to Schumacher and Vettel's 13 from years past. So, yeah, there's still plenty to play for Red Bull. And Max, Max is such a competitive guy, just like every F1 driver, but he is extra, competitive. He will not just back off because, I've already won the championship, as he's got his ice pack vest on underneath his overalls, because it is a bit of a hotter day. And as well, you have to remember, they are at altitude in Brazil. Not anywhere near as high as Mexico City 2 weeks ago, but they are at altitude still, and it is a bit of a sweltering place when the sun comes out. Don't know if Charles Leclerc has a chance. Probably not. It says Andrea Mercy or MRCY in the chat. Right, Rook has just updated what the track temperature is. Track temperature 49 degrees Celsius. And I remember, Rook, you said yesterday that it started at, for the sprint race, it was at 37, wasn't it? 37 degrees Celsius, so that is a lot hotter. So yeah, the medium tyres, this could be perfect for the medium tyres. So maybe, you know, we'll get a lot more teams starting on that compound. It's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen. I think tyre strategy today is going to be so important, as it normally is in F1, but it's going to be so important today to the actual result of the Grand Prix. But we've got 11 minutes to go until the race. It really has flown by, hasn't it? This build up to the race. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the poll in the chat. And then... hold on, just reading a comment from Junior saying, imagine F1 race in Denver at that altitude. That'd be actually pretty interesting. I mean, it is likely we're going to get more races in America. So, yeah. Right, let me end this poll and read out the results of the poll. So the question of the poll was, who do you think will win the 2022 Sao Paulo Grand Prix today? And this is what you guys had to say. Verstappen won the vote with 42% of the vote, 301 votes in total. Lewis Hamilton was second with 36%. And then it was Russell third with 17% and Perez on 4% in fourth. Very interesting, you guys. Really not going for Russell today. I mean, if you go back to his F2 days, obviously he didn't win from pole in Hungary earlier this year. But when you go back to his F2 days, when he got pole, he was very comfortable in leading races. And we saw that in his first race for Mercedes in 2020. When he's in the lead... he's, you know, he is absolutely fine. He doesn't suffer from nerves. He's just built for it. He's that good of a driver, and he's been that successful in his career. So, yes, a bit surprising you guys are not going for Russell as much. But, I mean, we have to remember his teammate is the GOAT. And obviously Max Verstappen, already a two-time world champion at 25 years old. So, got some very good competitors alongside him today. But quickly, before we go into the final bits of build-up, guys, just want to say, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more content like this if you are new, because we do qualifying and race and sprint race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix, and for 2023 we'll be doing that as well, and obviously watch-alongs for testing, and plenty of content heading your way during the winter break as well. And obviously, I'll be covering the last Grand Prix of the season next weekend in Abu Dhabi, thoroughly as I usually do as well. So don't forget to subscribe, bottom right of the screen, you do it right there. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that like button. But the final few things we need to get into is what the stats for certain teams, championship standings, and grid order graphic. So I will read out, I don't know, 2 or 3 more comments, and then we'll get into the properly into the race. Vince says, I think Russell will take out Russell. If history proves anything, his team will mess him up. Do you actually mean Russell will take out Russell, or are you just being funny? I don't know. Hopefully Russell doesn't take out anyone. It will be interesting if Hamilton gets a good start. And obviously has the inside line, doesn't he, for turn 1. It'd be interesting to see if... you know, if he can get up, you know, the inside, what Russell will do and what Mercedes might think of what's going on there. Herman the Tosser says, well, I'm not going to show it. I'm going to read that out because I'm not sure if you're actually being serious or not, because some of your comments are a bit jokey. Not in a bad way. I like, you know, people having a laugh. That's absolutely fine. Anders Eriksson says, good evening, chaps. Good evening to you. And I'll read out one more comment and then we'll get into this Grand Prix. Berbermore says, I think 2008 is worse just because Massa winning the World Championship is something that was unexpected. Yeah. Well, Massa that year was very good. Really, I got to say, the drivers fighting for the championship that year, they didn't perform anywhere near as well as a lot of other seasons. It was a very up and down season. We had, Massa, Hamilton, Kubica, Raikkonen really fighting for the championship. And yeah, lots of mistakes, it just flipped around a lot all the time. But yeah, Felipe was definitely robbed of the championship. That wasn't what robbed him of it, though. He actually came out and said a few days ago that it was Crashgate at Singapore that year that robbed him of the championship. Because Massa was he was like 4 or 5 seconds clear of Hamilton in the race, easily leading. He was probably going to win the race comfortably because I think McLaren weren't that quick that weekend. And yeah. And then, ended up scoring no points after that refueling thing. So, yeah, a shame. But that's the way it happened. And, we all know Felipe Massa was the more deserving champion that year. But, yeah, what season that was. Anyway, let's now get into some final things before we get into the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. So let's get into some stats regarding Max Verstappen and Red Bull. Max Verstappen has only won once around Brazil. That was in 2019. What a win that was, though. One of his best of his career. Red Bull have won in Brazil 5 times since 2009 during the V8 era where they, especially when they were a front-running team, they dominated this Grand Prix. And yeah, we're always brilliant here. And yeah, 2019, they got the win as well. And we're close-ish to getting the win last year too. And Red Bull have won 9 consecutive races now in 2022. They are looking to make it 10 in a row today. For Ferrari and Charles Leclerc, Leclerc's best finish in Brazil is 5th from 2021, which is where I think he'll finish today. Ferrari have won in Brazil just once since 2009. That was with Sebastian Vettel in 2017. And Ferrari's last win in F1 was pretty much 4 months ago, around this time of the month as well, early to mid part of the month. And yeah, I don't see them winning another Grand Prix, probably until March or April next year. And finally for Mercedes, Lewis Hamilton has won in Brazil 3 times since 2016, in 2016, 2018 and 2021. Now this stat I'm going to read out is wrong. I wasn't able to change it though in time because I had so many other things to get ready for the stream. But Mercedes have won every race in Brazil since 2014 except 2019 and 2017. So again, apologies about that. But yeah, they've won every race in Brazil since 2014 except for those 2 years. So they've got a very good record here. And Mercedes, their last win in F1 was 11 months ago. And that same Grand Prix where they won, the last one, Saudi Arabia, that was the last time they locked out the front row of a grid for a Sunday Grand Prix. And now let's quickly get onto the championship standings before this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen, of course, the champion. Perez has pulled away from Leclerc by a point after the sprint, so he's 6 points clear in the battle for second. George Russell in 4th. He could start to close down on the 2 ahead of him in the battle for second, with Lewis Hamilton 5th and Carlos Sainz closing in slightly on Hamilton in 6th. Lando Norris is 7th, with Ocon 8th, Alonso 9th, and Valtteri Bottas in P10. And then on the constructor side, Red Bull 700 plus points. Just shows you how great of a season it is, or has been, for the Red Bull team. Ferrari, 2nd, now just 36 points clear of Mercedes. And Mercedes definitely, if they were to get a 1-2 today, that would definitely put them within touching distance of Ferrari. So big race today for Mercedes. Alpine in 4th, only now 5 points clear of McLaren in 5th. McLaren need a big result today from Norris if they're going to get back into 4th in the championship. Alfa Romeo 6th, Aston Martin 7th. Alfa Romeo 4 points clear of Aston Martin. Haas now in 8th with 2 points clear for them ahead of AlphaTauri. And Williams, of course, in last. Obviously, we have to watch out for the battles between Ferrari, Mercedes, Alpine, McLaren, Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin and Haas, and AlphaTauri. But let's now get into the starting grid for today's 2022 Sao Paulo Grand Prix. On the front row, an all-British front row, the first Mercedes front row since 2021 in Saudi Arabia, it is George Russell on pole with Lewis Hamilton in 2nd. All Red Bull second row, Max Verstappen 3rd and Sergio Perez in 4th. With Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris on the 3rd row. On the 4th row, it's Carlos Sainz and the pole sitter for the sprint, Kevin Magnussen. And then completing the top 10, the two ex-Red Bull drivers of Sebastian Vettel and Pierre Gasly. Then it's 11th and 12th, Daniel Ricciardo and Mick Schumacher. All Alfa Romeo 13th and 14th it is. Zhou Guanyu ahead of Valtteri Bottas. And then it is... wait, it is not that. Hold on. I don't know why 15th and 16th it is showing Stroll and Latifi. It's actually Stroll and Ocon 15th and 16th. And then 17th and 18th it will be Alonso and Latifi. And then the final row of the grid should have been Albon and, or is Albon and Tsunoda. Sorry about the graphics, guys, but again, Tsunoda's pit lane start was announced so late I didn't have time to change it. So sorry about that, but yeah, that is your starting grid for today's 2022 Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And now, let's get it all ready, because we are very close to starting this race. And, of course, it is a 71-lap race. Sounds a lot, but because of the shorter lap, it'll take about, what, an hour and a half to finish this Grand Prix if there's no safety cars. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Hope you guys are as well. And let's now get into this race as the engineers are just about to take off the... Not the engineers, but the mechanics about to take off the tyre blankets. And by the way, quick reminder, of course we don't show the live footage of the session as Mercedes are on the soft compound tyres, by the way. George Russell on the soft. We don't show live footage of the session, obviously, because if I did, I'd get copyright struck to hell and there wouldn't be a Chazza HD channel. So what I do is I show a slideshow pictures from the track on screen, and I update, you know, a running order on the left-hand side so you guys can clearly see who is where. I'll also show tyre graphics on screen as well, as Leclerc, by the way, is on the medium compound tyre. Well, I guess I got to try something there, Ferrari. And I will basically do a radio-style commentary where I take you guys through the events of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. So yeah, no live footage, but trust me, I will keep you guys bang up to date with absolutely everything that happens in this race, and you won't miss a thing. And there you go, formation lap has now begun, and the front four, we've got a few people on mediums. Leclerc, Sainz, Magnussen, Schumacher, Stroll, Alonso, Latifi, and Tsunoda are on mediums. I need to just update the running order because I didn't manage to put Tsunoda to the back, but there you go. But yeah, I will, with the tyres, I will get the graphics on screen once we get past, you know, the start of the race, and I'm able to know, you know, who's in what position, and then update accordingly who is on what compound. So you won't see the tyre compound graphic for the first probably 3-4 laps, but after that you'll see it on screen and you'll know exactly what's going on. And now the cars are just coming through. Mercedes cars, I've got to say, very quick on this formation lap. They're already completing the middle sector. Formation lap started, it feels like, only 30 seconds ago, and they're already into the final sector. So Mercedes, obviously got to remember with Mercedes, they do suffer with tyre warm-up issues, do Mercedes. So, you know, they don't want to be waiting on the grid too long for the start of this Grand Prix. As George Russell now comes onto the grid, and very soon we'll be lining up on the grid on a pole position. As the Mercedes car's now firing those tyres up. And Russell now lines up on pole position. By the way, Lewis Hamilton was investigated for an infringement at the start of the race, but that was actually because he was not right on the yellow part of his grid slot, meaning that the sensor wasn't delivering a message back to the FIA to know, like, you know, if he was jumping the start or not. So they investigated him automatically because of that, but nothing was found wrong because obviously Hamilton didn't gain anything from being slightly behind on his grid slot, as the Williamses are just coming to the rear of the field now. Yuki Tsunoda is now being released from the pit lane, and Tsunoda is on the medium compound tyre. But here we go, cars lined up. Here we go now for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. It's 3 lights, it's 4, it's 5, and away we go instantly. And George Russell has got an amazingly good start, and Hamilton pulls into second. As what a start for Lando Norris! He gets ahead of Charles Leclerc, and he's going wheel to wheel with Perez there, I think it is. And Leclerc has lost position instantly, probably because he's starting on those medium compound tyres. And Alfa Romeo there's made a decent start, I think, in the background. And yeah, Norris is kept ahead of Leclerc, and that's a vital move to at least keep him ahead of the other midfield cars. Sebastian Vettel has overtaken Kevin Magnussen, as Leclerc thinking about going around the outside into turn 6, but that, of course, is not going to happen. So Norris up to 5th. Ricciardo is up to 10th by the looks of it. Not anymore. Oh, no. I think he hit Kevin Magnussen, and Magnussen got spun round and then basically reversed back into the path of where Ricciardo was. And that is a safety car. Both Ricciardo and Magnussen out of the race. What a disaster for Magnussen and Haas. What a disaster for McLaren as well. And let's see a replay of who clipped him. I think Ricciardo probably just tagged his rear right tyre. Yeah. We'll have to see if Ricciardo's on board. And then he reversed to get out of the way. But then Ricciardo went to that part of the track. And then, yeah, Ricciardo's definitely out because his tyres come off and he's hit the barriers pretty hard. And Magnussen's obviously been hit pretty hard as well. So the safety car is out, and we're on lap 2 out of 71. So let me just update the lap counter. And yeah, Magnussen and Ricciardo, as the medical car just stopping, just to collect both drivers to bring them back to the pits. Those 2 cars out instantly. I'll update the order, by the way, guys, as soon as I can. I don't know what the entire order is yet, because I know what the top 8 is. The top 8 is Russell, Hamilton, Verstappen, Perez, and then Norris, Leclerc, Sainz, Vettel, and then after that, I'm not entirely sure. So just give me some time until they show it on the screen, what the actual running order is. As Magnussen just having a chat with Ricciardo. Doesn't look to be too disappointed. Obviously, he will be angry to a certain extent, but he's not getting too angry with Ricciardo. Obviously, there was that classic moment back in, I think, 2009, where after a collision on the first lap, Jarno Trulli and Adrian Sutil had a screaming fest at each other and almost got into a physical fight. But thankfully, K-Mag and Ricciardo not getting into that either. The safety car, got to be honest, it's not going to last massively long. There's no debris on track, or much debris on track. And those 2 cars, all that needs to be done is them been lifted over the barriers, and that'll be fine. Replay of the start. The 2 Red Bulls did not get away very well. Perez almost went up the inside of Verstappen. Norris almost went up the inside of Perez. George Russell had an amazing start and a first couple corners. And then, yeah, Norris then had to protect from the 2 Ferrari cars. And Sebastian Vettel at this point was already past Kevin Magnussen pretty quickly. And then we can see behind Ricciardo. Wasn't actually coming up to turn 6. Wasn't that close to Kevin Magnussen. And here we go. Replay from Ricciardo's on board. And oh, that's such a simple bad mistake from Ricciardo. Just clipped, not the inside of his tyre, but just clipped the back of his tyre and sent Magnussen into a spin. These cars, they are that sensitive to being hit that if you just tap them at the wrong point, they just completely pirouette. That's such a shame for Haas, and the mechanics, yeah, saying for fuck's sake and screaming and yelling. which I can't blame them because, yeah, that is such a shame. What a weekend it's been, and now, at this point, they're going to struggle in their fight with AlphaTauri. And on lap 3, still under safety car conditions, the 2 cars are now just being took away. So let me just do the order. So it is Russell, Hamilton, Verstappen, Perez, Norris, Leclerc, Sainz, Vettel, Gasly 9th, Schumacher is 10th. So Haas has still got a car in play. Valtteri Bottas is 11th. What a start for the Finn, the flying Finn. No surprise, Lance Stroll's had an amazing start. He's up to 12th. Zhou is 13th. Ocon is 14th with Alonso in 15th place. And then you've got Latifi in 16th, I believe. And then it will probably be Albon 17th and Tsunoda 18th. And then Magnussen and Ricciardo will be out of the race, as shown a replay from Mick's on board. And thankfully for him, those 2 cars that had an accident there, Magnussen and Ricciardo, they cleared out of the way pretty quickly. But I'll show the tyre data now. It's not all correct yet, by the way. I need to update it still. But I can update that at the bottom there, Magnussen and Ricciardo are out of the race. The top 4 are on the soft tyres. Lando Norris is on the soft as well. And then the 2 Ferraris are on the medium compound. And then I believe Vettel is on the soft. When it comes to everybody else, I'm going to wait. Because I don't know yet for sure. Because I'm not seeing that data currently. But we're now on lap 4 out of 71. Still under safety car conditions. I'm sure we'll be back underway very, very quickly. Rooks says maybe good job Nib wasn't here. Yeah, to be honest, he probably would have seen that and probably gone back to bed. Would have Daniel Ricciardo. Oh, sorry, would have Nib because of what happened to Ricciardo there. Safety car still on track, and it's because they're now taking away with the tractor, the JCB, the car of Ricciardo. Right, what I'm going to look at quick is I'm going to go on the Formula 1 website and I'm going to see what the actual, who's on what compound quickly, because we've still got a safety car. And I think the safety car is probably going to come in at the end of lap 5. So we will get racing, guys, probably in a couple minutes' time. So don't worry, we are close to racing again. Right, so Mick Schumacher is on the medium. Let me just update that. So Mick Schumacher on the medium. Lance Stroll, I saw, is on the mediums as well. And then who else have we got? Alonso on the mediums. And then I think Latifi is on the mediums as well. And then Albon is on the hard compound tyre, I believe. And yes, he is. Tsunoda's actually ahead of Albon on track, interestingly. How did Tsunoda get ahead of Albon? Oh, that's why, because Albon's pitted for... What's he pitted for? Medium tyre. So Albon is now on the medium compound tyre. So I'll just update the lap counter and update that, what do you call it? That Albon is actually in 18th position. So all of the positions and tyres, all of that is now correct. Safety car still on track. No sign it's coming in, though, unfortunately. And I think the reason is because Ricciardo's car is still being took away. So, yes, safety car, unfortunately, will not come in at the end of this lap. So it will come in at the end of lap 6, I'm pretty sure. As we're now looking at a replay of the start from Lando Norris. And what a start it was. 6th on the grid. He could have got up to 3rd if he had, gone a bit deeper on the brakes. Maybe would have took some people out there. Yeah, what a start from Norris. Got on the slipstream of Perez. And obviously the McLaren, pretty good on the brakes. Locked the inside front. Very close to getting hit there. But thankfully the curb was there to keep him going. And then, yeah, had a good turn 3. But then immediately knew down the run to turn 4 that he was going to have to look in his mirrors because the Ferraris, both on the mediums, were close behind as we are now on lap 6. And yep, they have just announced that the safety car is in at the end of this lap. So here we go, guys. We are going to be back racing. And remember, Red Bull, we know, very quick in a straight line. And Mercedes, they are going to be, and we know as well with Mercedes that they struggle with tyre warm-up issues. Red Bull, you've got to look out for them on this restart because they could make a critical move here for the win maybe later in the Grand Prix. Also look out for Williams, because we know how great their straight line speed is. And AlphaTauri as well with Pierre Gasly, because their top end speed is good. Surely, George Russell, because you're not allowed to overtake on the safety car restart until the start-finish line, surely Russell will not bolt until pretty much just before the start-finish line. You don't want the cars behind getting a run on you. Because if you go too early, you're screwed. As Russell now warming those tyres up. And obviously it would hurt Hamilton as well if he went too early. Because Verstappen would be able, in the much quicker Red Bull in a straight line, would be able to get brilliant run. But Russell out of the final collision. Sao, he is still warming those tyres up. So he's not going for it yet. So it's now green flag. Safety car is in, but we're just waiting for when Russell is going to get this race going, as they've already just now gone past the start line of the pit lane. And now George Russell has gone for it, but Lewis Hamilton's been caught out as he's got the 2 Red Bulls all over the back of him. And Verstappen goes sailing round the outside like he did 3 years ago. And contact between the 2. He pushes Hamilton off the track. Hamilton comes back out ahead, but Verstappen has lost his front wing. And Hamilton has a puncture. Oh no, the 2 have made contact. And, oh dear, that's going to, I'm sure social media will be a wonderful place this evening as Leclerc and Norris is racing up to turn 6 and Leclerc round the outside on the mediums. Oh, contact again. And Leclerc into the barriers. Safety car is going to come out. These boys have forgotten how to race today, clearly, because they're all crashing into each other. And for some reason, they've said green flag, but I don't see how we can have green flag conditions. Oh dear, almost contact again between Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin. Don't ask me, guys, by the way, what the order is. I have no idea who is in what position. Right, so it is Russell in the lead. Perez is in second. And Verstappen on the radio. That incident, by the way, between Verstappen and Hamilton has been noted. As we're now on lap 8, Russell leads by 1.4 seconds. Max is now pitted for a new front wing. Hamilton is... Where is Lewis Hamilton? Hamilton's 8th. And he hasn't got any damage, actually. I think Hamilton, just to let you guys know, I don't think Hamilton actually might have a puncture. I think he might be fine. Yeah, he is fine. He's actually... Yeah, he's lapping at a good speed. So Hamilton's fine. He's just dropped down to 8th place. So... It's Norris 3rd. Carlos Sainz is 4th. Leclerc, by the way, is not out of the race. He's back in the pit lane. Max and Leclerc both last. It's Russell, Perez, Norris, Sainz. Vettel is 5th with Gasly in 6th. And then Schumacher is 7th. Hamilton is 8th. And then you've got Lance Stroll in 9th place with Valtteri Bottas in P10. And then Esteban Ocon is up to P11 with Alonso in 12th as we're about to begin lap 9. By the way, when it comes to the tyres, I will, get the correct tyres for who is on what compound on screen when I can. As Carlos Sainz makes the move on Lando Norris down the inside into turn 1 and Hamilton overtakes Mick Schumacher into turn 1 as well. So Hamilton up to 7th, Sainz up to 3rd. So, yeah, let's see a replay quickly of Verstappen. So he goes sailing around the outside. And let's look again. And yeah, that's quite clearly Verstappen's fault. And Lewis said that was no racing incident, mate. Yeah, that was quite clearly Max's fault. And then with the turn 6 incident, probably you could say Norris's fault, but to be honest, did Leclerc really think it was realistic that he was going to go around the outside of Norris there at turn 6? I think that's a bit too ambitious from Leclerc, I've got to be honest. And that's what caused Norris to go into Leclerc. He hit the inside curve and it pushed him wider and it pushed him straight into Leclerc. So, yeah, Norris definitely at fault for that. But still, I think Leclerc should have been a bit smarter than that, because that was a risky move. As Lewis Hamilton now overtakes Gasly. So Hamilton's car clearly is fine for the moment. So Hamilton up to 6th. So, right, let me just quickly confirm what the order is. So Ocon is 11th, Alonso 12th, Zhou is 13th with Latifi in 14th, and then it's Tsunoda 15th, Albon 16th, and then Verstappen 17th, and Leclerc is 18th. Verstappen just did the fastest lap of the race. Leclerc is 40.5 seconds off the lead. Leclerc now does the fastest lap. Max is 34.5 seconds off the race lead. So, yeah, his chances of winning, unless the safety car comes out, is over. And yeah, Leclerc fastest lap, 1:15.3. Now let me quickly do the tyres and show on screen who is on what compound. So, Carlos Sainz on the mediums, Lewis Hamilton is on the soft. Yep, Verstappen and Hamilton under investigation. Hamilton asking how much of my floor is missing, mate, and from what they said, from what we can see, doesn't look massive on TV pictures. Pace does look good, though. Yeah, it does actually look pretty good from Lewis. As is he going to send it down the inside of Vettel at turn 1? Nope. Let me just update that it is now lap 11. And yeah, looking back at that incident, I think Verstappen was pretty clearly at fault for that. I mean, Hamilton, he gave him the room. He was as well Verstappen. He was enough alongside to be worthy of going for the move, but he just went straight into Hamilton, went way too quick into turn 2. And yeah, just a bit too ambitious from Verstappen, as we've seen many times in the past. Let me just update though that Pierre Gasly is on the soft, and then you've got Schumacher and Stroll on the medium. As you got Schumacher and Stroll on the medium, and then you got Bottas and Ocon on the soft compound tyres. Russell, by the way, leading by 1.8 seconds. The pace for Mercedes looking very good out front, as we're now on lap 12. And Hamilton, is he going to go for the move on Vettel this time? No, he can't do it. Hamilton just can't do it. I think the reason is, obviously, we know Mercedes not very quick down the straights, but Vettel has got DRS from the back of Lando Norris. So, yeah, this is really hurting Hamilton now. But, yeah, Ocon is on the soft. Alonso is on the medium compound. I'm just trying to find where I'm at with the... Right, so Alonso, yeah, is on the medium. And then you've got Zhou on the soft. Latifi on the medium. And actually, Efron below Latifi on the medium as well. So there you go. So that's all the tyres and positions now correct on your screen. So, your top 10 on the end of lap 12. George Russell leading by 1.7 seconds. Perez 2nd. Sainz 3rd. Norris 4th. Vettel 5th. Hamilton 6th. Gasly 7th. Schumacher 8th. Stroll 9th. No, Bottas is now 9th. And then it is Stroll in 10th now. This is great for Bottas. Now for Romeo. And obviously with Verstappen and Leclerc falling down, and obviously Ricciardo and Magnussen out, does give some more chances, as Lewis Hamilton yet again cannot overtake Vettel and Norris. Hamilton probably does have some floor damage, as Ocon has now passed Stroll for 10th. So Ocon up to P10 as Vettel is getting very close to Norris. Maybe Norris has some damage left over. Who knows? But 5-second time penalty for Max Verstappen for causing a collision. The right decision there because he did cause a collision. And here's a replay of Valtteri Bottas overtaking Lance Stroll. And he did it way before turn 1. Esteban Ocon, meanwhile, went right round the outside of Stroll and then for the inside of turn 2. Great move by Ocon. Good to see. As Stroll has now got Fernando Alonso all over the back of him. Lando Norris also has got a 5-second time penalty. So Norris and Verstappen, 5-second penalty. Max Verstappen, by the way, is about, 31 to 32 seconds off the lead now. As here comes Lewis Hamilton down the inside of Sebastian Vettel, and he's up to 4th. So, he's up to 4th. Sorry, he's up to 5th, because obviously Norris is in 4th place. But Hamilton now P5. As Alex Albon has made some good progress. He's up to 14th now. And Latifi down to 16th. And Max has still got another 11 seconds or so until he gets to Nicholas Latifi in the Williams. So, still quite a bit until he gets to another car. But I've got to say, those penalties were deserved. Even though Leclerc, in hindsight, should not have took that risk, Norris caused the collision. There's no doubt about that. He clipped the inside curb, forced him wide, and went straight into the side of Norris. And then, for Verstappen, he clearly pushed Hamilton off track. Hamilton, gave him room. Hamilton didn't turn in. If Hamilton turned in, he would have spun round Lewis. But he didn't turn in. He gave him the room, but Max just forced him off the track. So it is the right decision as we're on lap 15. And Lewis Hamilton now overtakes down the inside of Lando Norris and is up to 4th. Now we're going to see what is the real pace of Lewis Hamilton with this car that may or may not be damaged, as Fernando Alonso was pitted very early. I mean, we've only got 10 racing laps in, and he's already coming in for another set of tyres. And he goes on to another set of mediums, so that's going to put Alonso probably back to the back of the grid, potentially. Where is Charles Leclerc? I think he'll come out ahead of Leclerc, actually. Will Alonso. And here's a replay again of Verstappen. And went around the outside, got ahead, but obviously ran a bit wider. And then Hamilton, I wouldn't say Hamilton gave him a ton of room, but the problem is it's a very tight corner. You can't just, get fully out of the way, or else you're going to let loads of cars through. But Hamilton didn't fully turn in. He knew he was there, but Max just pushed him straight off the circuit. And the reason I thought Hamilton had a puncture is when he came back on track, his car was wiggling around a lot. That's what I thought it was, as we're now on lap 16. And now Sebastian Vettel over the back of Norris for what is a very important 5th place with Verstappen and Leclerc down the field. And right, let me just update that Alonso is, of course, down to 16th place. Not 16th, sorry, 17th place. Alonso, so there you go. Alonso on another set of medium tyres. Zhou Guanyu has now overtaken Lance Stroll, so Zhou up to 11th. Alfa Romeo, very quick in this race so far. And hold on, let me just try and update this quick. So Zhou on the soft, and then everyone below Zhou in 11th is on the medium of Stroll, Albon, Tsunoda, Latifi, Verstappen, Alonso, and Leclerc. George Russell out front, by the way. He's pulled out the gap to 2.2 seconds. Sainz is 4.2 on the mediums behind Perez. Hamilton 3.3 behind Sainz. I will let you guys know what that looks like in, say, 3 laps from now, to see if Hamilton is, closing in on the Spaniard. As Vettel over the back of Norris, and Vettel going down the inside of Norris into turn one. Norris not even defending. I don't know why. Maybe he's got some damage to his car, but deciding clearly that there's no point defending, as Valtteri Bottas has overtaken Mick Schumacher for 8th, and Vettel up to 5th. Obviously, car number 5, and he's in number 5 in this race. Great to see Vettel in his penultimate F1 race, we think, up in 5th place in a car that's, not been very quick this season. Zhou Guanyu on the soft has pitted. But Bottas is up to 8th, and Zhou has dropped down to 18th position. Here's a replay of Bottas passing Schumacher, and Schumacher defended kind of late, but Bottas then just set around the outside. And Alfa Romeo are very quick today. And we're probably going to get some teams reacting to that pit stop of Zhou, because he was only in P11. It wasn't like he was far down. As Russell begins lap 18 now, the gap has come down by 3 or 4 tenths of a second. So Perez is really starting to get on with it now, as Carlos Sainz has pitted. That's interesting. Very early pit stops, I gotta say. And he goes on to a set of soft tyres. Lots of smoke coming out the rear of that car. I hope that's nothing wrong with the engine. I think it might be the rear brakes. But Sainz is going to come out very low down the order. He's going to come out in, 11th place is Carlos Sainz. And he's still got smoke coming from the rear of his car. Albon goes through. So Carlos Sainz has rejoined in P12 as Sainz. So there you go. And I thought I saw smoke still coming out, but it looks as though it's gone away. Maybe it's just a rear brake, just a bit too hot or something. But I'll update what his, the tyres he's on in a moment. As there you go, he actually goes right round the outside. Does Carlos Sainz of Alex Albon at turn 8, that is. That's not an overtaking place, but it is now. Sainz up to 11th. And he is on the soft tyre, actually, is Carlos. As well, Esteban Ocon making some great progress. He's up to 8th place now. So, Ocon now in 8th. Zhou, by the way, I think has pitted for mediums. Yeah, there was some sort of rear brake fire there for Sainz, or coming from the cooling. Maybe that's why they're opening up some vents before the race, because they knew overheating was going to be an issue. As it's now lap 19, and just 1.9 seconds separates Russell and Perez. Perez definitely starting to put a charge on for the win here. Max Verstappen, by the way, is about to overtake Nicholas Latifi probably the next lap or so. So Verstappen is going to now start making some progress. Let me just update that. What do you call it? Esteban Ocon is on the soft tyre, the top 8 on the softs. And then you've got Schumacher and Stroll on mediums. And then Sainz on the soft and everyone else behind on the mediums. Now lap 20, and Russell has pulled out an extra couple tenths of a second that lap. But it is close between Russell and Perez. And really with Verstappen out of play and Russell comfortably in the lead, as Pierre Gasly has pitted from 6th. This is definitely Mercedes' best chance to win. Because no disrespect to Perez, but he's not as much of a threat as Max or Charles Leclerc or Carlos Sainz is. As Gasly goes onto a set of mediums. And I will let you know where he comes out. Let's just see. He's going to come out in between Alonso and Leclerc. Yes, in between Alonso and Leclerc he will come out. And should have, he will obviously have fresher tyres than Leclerc. So passing Gasly won't be the easiest thing in the world for Leclerc. But Gasly is now all the way down in 16th place. And Max Verstappen has overtaken Nicholas Latifi. So Verstappen up to 13th. That's when on lap 21. What a race we've had so far. It doesn't stop. pit stops, overtakes constantly. And we've still got 50 laps to go, guys. So make sure to stay tuned because we've got plenty heading your way here. As we've got an Aston Martin here of... Oh, that's Stroll. He's been overtaken by Carlos Sainz. So, yeah, Sainz up to 9th. So let me just update that. Mick Schumacher and Verstappen has now passed Tsunoda. Mick Schumacher is obviously on the medium. And then Carlos Sainz is on the soft. And Sainz will be overtaking Schumacher in a moment. Not sure, by the way, what the pace of Hamilton is like, really. I haven't really had a chance to look, I'm going to be honest. So, yeah, can't really tell you. But we will get into that more so later. And Gasly, yeah, is on the medium. Verstappen is up to 12th, like I said. And, yeah, Sainz went up the inside of Stroll in turn 9. Was it? No, turn 9 or turn 10? And now he's going up the inside on lap 22 of Mick Schumacher. So Carlos Sainz up to 8th, making good progress in the Ferrari. So lap 22 and Sainz is up to P8. And of course, he is on the soft tyre. It looks as though everyone is going to move on to the mediums because those soft tyres, I mean, they're, good initially. Definitely, but yeah, they are hurting later. So the top 8 on the soft tyres now. Leclerc has been told to box. Tsunoda is pitted and Latifi is pitted as well. So you've got Tsunoda, you've got Latifi, sorry, down to Laz. Latifi on the hard tyre now, which is very ambitious. Charles Leclerc pits and comes out on a good pit stop, by the way, by Ferrari, 2.2 seconds, and comes out on the soft compound tyre. So Leclerc will drop to 17th, will it? Yep, ahead of Latifi. So Leclerc on the soft, Tsunoda on the soft as well. Right, the order on your screen is correct, guys. Make sure you remember that. It is correct. And yeah, we're on lap 23 now. Just need to update the tyres that Tsunoda, Leclerc, and Latifi are on down the bottom. So Tsunoda and Leclerc are on the soft, and then Latifi on the hard. As George Russell, by the way, has pulled the gap over Perez to 3.5 seconds. So looking very good if you're a Mercedes or a George Russell fan. Looking very, very good indeed. As Verstappen, we're now looking at behind Alex Albon. 2 quickest cars in a straight line about to do battle, but I'm sure Verstappen will easily overtake him because he's on average at the moment about 1.2 seconds a lap quicker. This is the first time, by the way, that I've been able to breathe during this race. And it's only 23 laps in. Look at the order we've got. Russell, Perez, Hamilton, Vettel, Norris, Bottas, Ocon, Sainz, Schumacher, Stroll. Just, yeah, massively different. Lap 24 and Sergio Perez has pitted for a set of mediums. And Russell, I'm sure, will respond straight away. They've got to. They can't keep him out there any longer. And Perez will come out in... Where will he come out? Might come out ahead of Norris in 4th. No, he won't. And Bottas is right on Norris's tail. Bottas is so quick today as Max has been told to box. Will Perez get out ahead of Bottas? No, he won't. And that's going to cost him dearly, and that will help Mercedes massively. So Perez is now in 6th. And will he go up the inside of Bottas into turn 6? No, Bottas is like, no, door is closed. No one's coming through. And Max Verstappen, by the way, yep, has pitted. And Verstappen will come out in 16th place. Nope, 17th place. Another slow pit stop, 10.7 seconds. What on earth went on there? Perez up the inside of Bottas at turn 10, I think that was. Now around the outside of turn 11. Brilliant move by Sergio Perez as George Russell has pitted on lap 25. And Russell now coming out of the pit lane. Russell will rejoin in the lead. He was already 3.5 seconds clear. And Perez has been held up in traffic. So Hamilton now takes over the lead. And Russell already on the pit exit. As Lando Norris, Bottas, Ocon and Schumacher have all pitted. And Russell, will he come out ahead of Sebastian Vettel? Yes, just about. That's key. That's very, very key. So Russell in second. And God, the order is changing around so quickly. It's hard to keep up with. This is like a race in 2012 with the amount of pit stops. The Verstappen is down to 17th. I'll update what tyres he's on soon. Actually, I've already got updated on softs, so that's all good. But George Russell, also, that's why it was a 10.7 second stop, is because the 5-second penalty. Apologies, guys. I do forget these things, especially in a race like this where it's going off all the time. Still, though, why was the actual pit stop 5.7 seconds then? Doesn't give him an excuse to do that. So, yeah. But Lewis Hamilton now begins lap 26, and Hamilton is staying out. Obviously, he's on a different strategy as Hamilton. And Hamilton is about 10 seconds clear, 10.5 seconds clear of George Russell, which is like, what, half a pit stop in terms of a gap. So, yeah. I mean, his race at the minute is with Carlos Sainz, who is now up to 5th. But let me now update the actual order. So it's Hamilton, Russell, Vettel 3rd, Perez 4th, Carlos Sainz is 5th. Here's a replay when I was saying of Hamilton of that lap 7 clash. And yeah, that's definitely Verstappen's fault. And Hamilton, yeah, barge board area, floor area, a bit damaged. Not massive. I mean, his pace is still good, but it's going to affect him. There's no doubt about that. So Sainz is in 5th, and then you've got Stroll 6th. Alonso is all the way up in 7th place now, with Gasly in 8th, and then Bottas 9th, and Zhou, where is Zhou? He's up in P10. So both Alfa Romeos in the top 10 as lap 27. Sebastian Vettel was about to be overtaken by Sergio Perez and has now decided to pit. Good stint, though, from Vettel. Might lose out to a couple cars, but he will have much fresher tyres, and we know that Aston Martin was very quick in that first stint. So Perez up to 3rd now. And Vettel will rejoin in 7th place, maybe 8th or 9th. There's Valtteri Bottas. This is a close one. And Valtteri Bottas has got the move, has he? Yes, he has. More momentum, DRS, and Valtteri Bottas has made the jump on Sebastian Vettel. But remember, guys, Vettel has fresher tyres, so it's not over yet. So Vettel down to 9th. And then it's Zhou 10th, Ocon 11th, Norris 12th. Norris obviously lost a lot of time because of that extra 5 seconds for the pit stop. Schumacher is 13th, with Tsunoda 14th. And then Leclerc 15th, Albon 16th, Verstappen 17th, Latifi 18th. So the running order is now correct. Just need to do the tyres now. So Hamilton is still out there, hasn't pitted yet. He's on the softs. As Ocon has just overtook Zhou there at turn 10, that was. I'll update that in a moment. Russell and Perez on the medium. Actually, I'll update it now because I'm going to do the lap counter. As now we're looking at Valtteri Bottas overtaking Pierre Gasly. And that is for position because they both pitted once. So Bottas, what a race he's having, up to 7th. And yeah, Ocon up to P10. Yeah, Russell and Perez on the mediums. They've pitted. Sainz on the soft. Hamilton will come out, by the way, behind Sainz, but he will have much fresher tyres. Maybe Mercedes might try a one-stop race with Hamilton, because he will come out probably in 4th, even on a one-stopper. But you've then got, what? Lance Stroll on the medium. Stroll and Alonso are also not pitted yet, and they're on medium. So Stroll and Alonso are still going to go quite far into this race. And then Bottas and Gasly are on mediums as well. And then, as we're now on lap 29, Russell is gaining time on Hamilton, but Hamilton isn't doing too bad. He's, 11.5 seconds clear of Perez, which is half a pit stops gap. So, Mercedes, they can still salvage a 1-2 here. There's no doubt about it. As Sebastian Vettel now overtakes Gasly for 8th. But, and Vettel on the mediums, of course, as well. Not everyone is on mediums. I just need to update who is actually on the soft. Look, oh, God, that was very sudden. Leclerc going up the inside of Tsunoda into turn 1. And he's now up to 14th, and he is on the soft tyre. So, soft for him. Soft for Tsunoda, as Lewis Hamilton, by the way, is about to pit. Here he comes. Box, box, they say. Albon is on the medium, and then Verstappen is on the soft. And all the other tyres on your screen are correct. As, yep, Hamilton pits, lap 30. Not a great pit stop, but... yeah, 3.3, good enough. And he will come out, Lewis, in 4th position. But will they maybe try to either do a one-stopper or go for a very long second stint and then have soft tyres for the end? Because obviously Carlos Sainz has now used 2 types of compound and he's on the soft now. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Carlos does, as Lance Stroll has pitted as well. Let me just update that Lewis Hamilton, the top 4 now are all on the medium. So there you go. Alfa Romeo team will be investigated after the race for a pit lane incident. Really hope that's not involving Bottas, because that would be a real shame. Just remembered that Sainz is actually on the soft tyre. Lewis Hamilton is about 7.5 seconds behind Sainz. He's lost time, obviously, because Sainz has been on fresher tyres for a while, but let's see how it now plays out. But, yeah, now lap 31, only 40 laps to go. This race is whizzing by. It's such a good race, I've got to say. And I'm sure plenty more excitement to come, as here's a replay of Max Verstappen overtaking Alex Albon. I'll update that he's on the softs in a moment. Just need to update that Lance Stroll is no longer in 5th. And, yeah, Lance Stroll is now 15th, and he's gone onto another set of medium tyres. So Stroll up to, or down to 15th. And then, just need to update that, obviously, Schumacher. Leclerc, obviously, is ahead of Tsunoda. And I just need to update that Schumacher and Leclerc are on the soft compound tyres. And so is Tsunoda. And here's a replay of Esteban Ocon passing Pierre Gasly. I'll update that on the screen in a moment. But, yeah, Tsunoda on the soft, Stroll on the medium, Verstappen on the soft in 16th, and then Albon on the medium in 17th. So there you go. As we're now on lap 32, and Lewis Hamilton has done the fastest lap, so that damage has not affected him. Let me just see what the gaps come down to between him and Sainz. Oh, it's come down massively. Now 5.3 seconds, and it was, what, 7.5, did I say? So that's at least 2 seconds. Oh, no, it's actually, that last lap wasn't 2 seconds. It's 1.4 seconds on that lap. So Lewis Hamilton, guys, is about to come alive, and we know that when he's on it, it is almost or pretty much impossible to stop him. But yeah, Ocon is up to 8th. And then Norris is up to P10. And the rest of the order, thankfully for my sake, is now correct. So the top 10 is Russell leading by 5.5 seconds from Sergio Perez. Sainz in 3rd. Hamilton 4th. Alonso 5th. Alonso hasn't pitted yet. Valtteri Bottas 6th. And then Vettel 7th. Ocon 8th. Gasly 9th. And Norris in 10th. That is your top 10 as we're on lap 33 out of 71. So there you go. As we're now looking at Stroll all over the back of Tsunoda. And Mercedes asking Russell, let us know how the tyre feels. And George says it feels good, which is good to hear. As Lance Stroll about to overtake Yuki Tsunoda for 14th. And Max Verstappen only a few tenths of a second behind that battle as well. So Verstappen getting on with it. And Stroll up the inside and up to 14th. Be interesting to see, because he pitted quite late. And with Alonso as well, once he pits, be interesting to see what they are doing and what they end, or where they end up. Alonso at this point may as well go for a one-stopper, because we're, halfway through the race nearly? So, yeah, it would be worth it, in my view. The thing is, though, if they're going to do a one-stopper, they need to go another probably 15 laps in this race. So they're probably looking at the pace of things, unless the midfield cars closing up to Alonso pit in a minute. Alonso's probably going to have to pit in the next couple laps anyway, so I think he is probably still on a two-stopper. As Max Verstappen is about to overtake Yuki Tsunoda. 15th. Lewis Hamilton, by the way, now just 3.5 seconds behind Carlos Sainz, so that move is about to be done. And Verstappen is about to overtake Tsunoda for 15th. And then try and get after Stroll. Stroll on much fresher tyres, but obviously the Red Bull is quicker. So you'd imagine Verstappen will get after Stroll. But Stroll, obviously, will be focusing on getting after the cars ahead. Charles Leclerc currently tucked right up behind Mick Schumacher. Only 2 tenths of a second behind. In the battle for 12th, but nothing going. Here we're now seeing it as they come into the middle sector. As we are now on lap 35, halfway through this race. What a race it's been so far, and I'm sure we've got plenty to come still in terms of excitement. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix, and we will be in 2023, and of course for the final race next weekend in Abu Dhabi. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button if you have not already. Obviously, it does help the channel grow. That would be great. As Charles Leclerc, will he be able to overtake Schumacher here? Yes, I think he probably will into turn 1. DRS open, and Schumacher doesn't even defend. So Leclerc is up to 12th in this race. And we're now looking at Lando Norris all over the back of Gasly. Gasly's early pit stop has not paid off. It really hasn't, because now he's losing just way too much time. As now Leclerc is under a second behind Zhou Guanyu, who is 11th. As Russell, nearly 6 seconds clear of Perez now. And I've got to be honest, unless we get a safety car or something massively goes wrong, I think Russell is comfortable here. I don't think he's got it. He's comfortably out there in the lead. Perez, even if he pits earlier than him, Russell, is not under serious threat from Perez behind. So, yeah, it's looking very good. And Lewis Hamilton now just 2 seconds behind Carlos Sainz as Fernando Alonso finally halfway through the race pits, and so does Gasly. Gasly may as well do a 3-stopper at this rate. Because this is already a second stop, and oh, disastrous stop for Alpine and Alonso. Oh, and he stopped, and then he's got going again, and that mechanic did not, I don't think he knows for sure if that tyre's on correctly. That is a disaster for Alonso. What a stint he did, was running in P5, and then he had how long of a pit stop? About 10, 11 seconds. Carlos Sainz has been told to box. Well, we'll see if Alonso's got a tyre issue, because he'll be off the track in a minute. As lap 37, and in comes Carlos Sainz. I've got to say, Ferrari's pace is not great. But I've got to say, Sainz, I think, is driving very well. He's really doing the best he can, given the limitations of the car. As pits now, great pit stop. 2.2 or something like that it'll be for Ferrari. And he will come out, I think, in 4th place. Will Sainz? Yes, he will. So, and he'll be on the medium compound tyres. Obviously, Hamilton in 3rd on the mediums. Lewis Hamilton, I'll update you guys in a moment as to how far behind Perez is he. I mean, still, I guess... Oh, God, let me not move that. Let's not do that. And there you go. That's all back. Just accidentally moved it. Yeah, his main fight, Hamilton, as Verstappen has passed someone else for 12th. Obviously, I haven't updated the order yet. I will in a moment. Who was it? I'm not sure, as there's a replay of Alonso overtaking Albon. So Alonso's wheel is on, thankfully. Lewis Hamilton, yeah, his main fight is with Sainz at the minute, but we have to remember that he is also fighting with Perez. I don't think he's really fighting with Russell. I think Russell's really got it out front, but I think he's really just fighting with Perez and Sainz. Right, so Alonso is 15th. Now, let me just update that. And Alonso, I think, on the medium compound tyres. And then you've got Alex Albon in 16th. Tsunoda, or let me put Gasly down, actually, to 17th. There's an Alfa Romeo of Zhou Guanyu comes in then, as he was under pressure from Mick Schumacher, who could still grab a couple points here as Alonso. Is this Alonso? Yes, it is. Overtaking Tsunoda for 14th place. But Gasly is now 17th. And then Tsunoda is 15th behind Alonso in 14th. And then Albon... well, now Alonso out to 13th because Zhou has pitted. And Zhou has come out in 17th position. So... Alonso now up to 13th. And then what else have you got? Or is that it? So Leclerc is 9th. Schumacher is 10th. Verstappen is now 11th ahead of Stroll. And George Russell, guys, is now almost 7 seconds clear of Perez. So he's got this. Just needs to hope nothing fails, because he's got this in the bag, surely. As Carlos Sainz does the fastest lap, 114.7, sorry. And Lewis Hamilton is only 3.5 seconds behind Sergio Perez. See what I mean? He can absolutely beat Perez and Sainz today, and Mercedes could very well end up with a 1-2 today. Right, let me, for now, let me just update the tyres that people are on. Because you've got... Leclerc on the soft tyre. We're now on lap 40. Mick Schumacher is on the soft, and so is Max Verstappen. And then Lance Stroll is on the medium. Alonso is on the medium as well. Alonso definitely on a 2-stop then, because he hasn't used a second compound yet. And then you've got Sonoda on the soft, Albon on the medium, Gasly on the soft, and Zhou on the soft, and Latifi on the medium. So there you go. And I'll just update quickly, even though I'll have to do it again in a second. It is lap 40 out of 71, and Charles Leclerc's next potential victim is Lando Norris in 8th. As Carlos Sainz is 17.2 seconds behind Hamilton. Hamilton has took another second out of Sergio Perez's lead over him, as Gasly has just overtaken Albon for 15th. Gasly obviously on the soft, and Albon on the medium. But we're now lap 41, and that's what 30 laps to go in what has been a really exciting Sao Paulo Grand Prix, I've got to say. And there you go. The order are now on your left-hand side of your screen, plus the tyres are now all correct. Your top 10 with 30 laps to go, lap 41 out of 71, is Russell, leading by almost 8 seconds now as Perez is really starting to suffer. Hamilton is 3rd, with Sainz 4th, Bottas 5th, Vettel 6th, Ocon 7th, Norris 8th, Leclerc 9th, and Mick Schumacher in 10th. Not anymore though, because now Max Verstappen, the world champion, is up to P10. It'll be interesting to see with Leclerc and Verstappen how much progress they can make, because you've got to remember, Leclerc and Verstappen pitted for these soft tyres, 10 to 15 laps to go, was it? Ago? So they're going to have to pit again. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how far can they get. Leclerc currently 5.1 seconds ahead of Verstappen. Leclerc leading that little battle. As Lewis Hamilton just 2 seconds behind Sergio Perez. And Mercedes St. George, we're thinking soft for the last stint. Let us know if you prefer medium. And Russell says, yeah, copy, no soft. To be honest, looking at it, the soft is doing all right, but I wouldn't necessarily say it is absolutely the better tyre, and I wouldn't say it's as good of a tyre as what we saw in the sprint last night. As Leclerc trying to go for removal down the inside of Norris, but just not enough speed down the straight, as Alonso up to 12th past Stroll. Watch out for Alonso. He was the last to pit for the first time. He will have to use a set of soft tyres before the end, because he hasn't used, hasn't used a different compound, and nobody is going for the hard tyres, of course. So, yeah, watch out for Fernando Alonso. He's only 2 seconds behind Mick Schumacher, and then a further 2 seconds behind Verstappen, and probably because he's on much fresher tyres, Verstappen and Alonso probably similar on lap time. So yeah, watch out for Fernando. As Leclerc still all over the back of Norris, and Leclerc probably struggling with those tyres. You've got to remember, Ferrari do wear their tyres out quicker than most teams. They just put a lot more load into the tyres than other teams manage. As Hamilton smell blood, and when Hamilton smells blood, he is at his best, as he's now just 1.1 seconds behind Sergio Perez. And this is playing out wonderfully for Mercedes. I know Sainz is still a threat. He's only 15.5 seconds behind Hamilton. And when Hamilton pits, well, if Hamilton pits again, I think he will. He will have to pass Carlos Sainz on circuit. But he's now within a second of Sergio Perez. Charles Leclerc, by the way, has passed Norris for 8th. So Leclerc up to 8th, and now lap 44. Hamilton, DRS wide open. Will he go for it down to turn 1? No, not close enough, but he probably will in the next lap or so, because he is on much fresher tyres and that Mercedes is definitely very quick. And he's got a great exit of turn 3. Perez going to have to defend surely to the inside, and he does very late. Hamilton round the outside. Does he go? No. Perez holds him back, but Hamilton will get a good exit and a good run up to turn 6. Surely we're not going to get another move here at turn 6. No. Hamilton thinking smarter of it, and that's the difference between a driver like Lewis and Charles Leclerc. Even though Norris was at fault for that collision, Leclerc, in hindsight, should not have bothered going for that very risky move. But Leclerc obviously on the soft, and Norris in 9th on the medium. And Hamilton is definitely going to pass Perez down the pit straight. Russell, by the way, is now 10 seconds clear of Perez. He is waltzing away out front. He's a pit stop scav ahead of Sainz, so you don't have to worry about the Ferrari team. And we're on lap 45 now. And Lewis Hamilton down the pit straight. Perez defends, but Lewis Hamilton just too quick round the outside up to second. And it's a Mercedes 1-2 once again. And obviously, now he's an honorary citizen, I believe, of Brazil. He's pretty much the home driver, isn't he, in Brazil, as Fernando Alonso has now overtaken Mick Schumacher for 11th, and Alonso 3.3 behind Verstappen, may catch him, we'll see. Let me just update that, Alonso on the medium and Schumacher on the soft, as Leclerc, talking of soft tyre runners, is now pitting surely to put mediums on. And note, they're putting on another set of soft tyres, so they're going aggressive to try and get as many points as they can from this race. He's probably close, Leclerc, to being lapped at this rate. Don't know where Russell is, as Max Verstappen is now going to have a go. And yeah, Leclerc's he needs to get on with it when he gets out the pits, because Russell is only like 3 or 4 seconds behind him, as Max Verstappen are all over the back of Norris for 8th. So Leclerc is now back down to 14th. And on another set of soft tyres. So Schumacher is 11th, then Stroll is 12th. Gasly is now 13th. And then, yeah, Leclerc 14th, Albon 15th, Zhou 16th, Tsunoda 17th, and Latifi is 18th. Let me just update. Hold on, let me just wait to see Max Verstappen overtake Norris. And we've got more pit stops. Norris coming in as well, but also Valtteri Bottas and Sebastian Vettel. Vital pit stops in this Grand Prix. The last stops for these 3 midfield contenders. Bottas and Vettel are already on the pit exit. Norris, slowish pit stop, but it's the soft tyre that goes on. So now Esteban Ocon is up to 5th for Alpine. And here's a replay of Hamilton going around the outside of Perez. And yeah, just too quick for Perez. And Mercedes are just too quick today for Red Bull. Obviously, it's hard to know with Verstappen down there what their real pace would have been, but obviously Verstappen ruined that by running into the side of Hamilton at turn 2 about 40 laps ago. So, yeah, blame Verstappen if you're a Red Bull fan. As we've now got 24 laps remaining. Remember, guys, as well, to stick around until after the race, because I will be doing a full-on race reaction, and of course, there is plenty to go through from this Grand Prix, so make sure to stick around for that once the race does finish. So Ocon is 5th, Verstappen is 6th, Alonso is now 7th, with Mick Schumacher in 8th, and then Lance Stroll is 9th, and then Sebastian, hold on, Mick Schumacher's pitted. That's what the position changes were. As George Russell is now lapping Alex Albon, is it? Yeah, Alex Albon. As Perez has been told to box, and Albon now under threat from Zhou. So Russell's lapped up to 13th now, as medium tyres being prepared. for Perez. And Perez will rejoin, I think, yeah, he will. 4th place on the mediums. And Perez, pretty much, I would say, heading for 3rd place. I mean, Carlos Sainz doesn't have to pit again. So Perez, how many seconds behind is he behind Sainz now? We'll have to see. As he exits the pit lane now. And Esteban Ocon in 5th now in the pit lane. Perez has lost a lot of time. He's now 11.5 seconds behind Sainz. So we're a close finish between Sainz, Hamilton, Perez for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. As Leclerc all over the back of Gasly now for 11th. And he gets the move done into turn 1. So Verstappen is now 5th. And then it's Alonso in 6th as pit stop coming for Lewis Hamilton, who's going to react to that pit stop of Perez straight away and go for the soft compound tyres. And you know what? If those soft tyres are really good for Mercedes, Hamilton could put up a challenge for the win. Because he's, pitting before Russell. That'll gain him a lot of time on the undercut. And then if the softs are really good and these cooler temperatures for the final 20-odd laps, 22 laps, you never know. You really never know what could happen. But obviously, he's got to pass Carlos Sainz first, who is now up to 2nd. So Sainz 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Hamilton on the soft. Russell, I'm sure, will pit at the end of lap 49, which is this lap. Right, let me update the order quick. So Verstappen is in... Nope. I'm going to say Verstappen was 5th. Nope. Alonso now 5th, because Max Verstappen is pitted for another set of soft tyres. And... okay pit stop, I guess. And away you go. So Bottas is now 6th for Alfa Romeo. And here comes George Russell for his final pit stop. What tyres are they going to go for? They are going to put soft tyres on, so they've not listened to Russell. They've decided to go for the softs anyway. And to be honest, he should be fine, because the only person he needs to worry about is Lewis Hamilton, because he'll be the quickest out of Sainz, Hamilton, Perez. And George Russell comes out easily in the lead. And surely he is just 21 laps away from his first, remember, his first F1 win. He's never won a race in F1. He is, of course, winning an F1 race for him, because of how great he is as a driver, is inevitable. He is one of the top few drivers in F1. There is no doubt about that. And in the future, he is going to be one of the top 2-3 drivers in Formula 1. There is no doubt about that. This, is inevitable that this day was going to come, possibly. And he's only 21 or 20 laps away. As Lewis Hamilton is 6.5 seconds, by the way, behind Carlos Sainz in 2nd. So let me just update that Alonso is 5th, and then it's Bottas 6th. Vettel is 7th. Interesting to note that Vettel has gone for the medium and Bottas has gone for the soft for the final stop. And then it's Leclerc in 8th. And Leclerc's right behind Vettel, so he's going to get that move done soon. Ocon is 9th with Gasly 10th. And then Verstappen is 11th. Fastest lap of the race done by Lewis Hamilton, 1:14.1. And yeah, he's now just 5.5 seconds behind, so he will pass Sainz at some point. But yeah, Gasly 10th with Verstappen 11th. Norris is in 12th with Zhou in 13th. Schumacher 14th. Stroll 15th, Tsunoda 16th, and then the two Williamses are at the very back. I'll do the tyres in a second. We just need to see Charles Leclerc surely overtake Sebastian Vettel for 7th, and yes, he does. And well, Vettel can now concentrate on that battle of Bottas. You've got to remember, again, 4 points only separating Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin in the championship. So Vettel has got to really get after Bottas here. Because if Bottas outscores Vettel, then that's really going to help Alfa Romeo. And just a replay of that move coming up on the screen now. Right, so Alonso is on the mediums. And then Bottas is on the soft. Leclerc is on the soft. Vettel is on the medium. I think the majority of cars now on the soft. That's a nice person to see at the Grand Prix. Roberto Carlos, obviously one of the best left backs in football history. At the Grand Prix, watching from the about where turn 2 is, and he looks very in awe. And you do when you go to an F1 race, you just cannot believe the speed. But yeah, Vettel is 8th, and he's on the mediums, and then Ocon is on the soft. Oh, yellow flag. Lando Norris is broken down, but it appears, or he's been hit by someone I didn't quite see. I was looking away, but Lando Norris, it looks as though, has broken down. And Ferrari are immediately now getting ready for a pit stop. Will the safety car come out? If it does, that is a godsend for Leclerc and Verstappen. As still just a yellow flag for now. We'll see what race control decide to do, as Verstappen on lap 53 now is up to 10th. They've got to do a virtual safety car or a safety car for that. That's actually turn 10. Virtual safety car, so that doesn't help Leclerc and Verstappen as much. And I don't think they're going to pit, because I don't think they're really going to gain much from doing it, to be honest. Alpine, though, will, with Alonso. This is great. And maybe, after that slow stop, the damage can be repaired and repaid, as Carlos Sainz has been told to box, and Alonso got onto the soft tyre, and he's now in dropping down to what, 9th? Gasly has pitted as well. So Alonso has come out in 9th place, I believe. Carlos Sainz been told to box, but yeah, they're going to box him for the soft tyres. Obviously, George Russell will stay out, because even if Sainz pits, they'll have a massive gap to the cars behind. And lap 54 it is now. And yeah, Carlos Sainz does pit, and Alonso, yes, as indeed, rejoined in 9th. Carlos Sainz will come out in 4th place, I believe. Unless Perez comes in. No, Perez stays out. So Sainz pits for the soft. So Hamilton 2nd, Perez 3rd. And Sainz 4th. 3 of the top 4 now on the soft compound tyres. And here's a replay. And yeah, something clearly went on the exit there of turn 9. There was a big, like, jolting through the car, and then he immediately was on the radio, and then it went into anti-stall, so no idea what that was. But that is such a shame. Both McLaren's out, and if Alpine, they're both in the points, Alpine, I think that could be McLaren's championship hopes for 4th up in smoke. And if it is, at the end of the day, McLaren, even though Alpine, you know, they've not delivered a lot of time the results they should have got, McLaren just haven't designed a good enough car this year. And they've been one of the disappointments of 2022. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, at the minute, Alpine heading for 6 points, I believe. So Bottas is on the soft. Safety car, full safety car. Now that shakes things up. I didn't quite see that. I was talking about something else, but it is a full safety car with 16 laps to go. And surely everyone is going to make sure they've pitted for a new set of tyres. There is the safety car, and George Russell is now picked up by it. And that is going to hurt Russell, because, I mean, he has just pitted, but the car's a bit further back, can now pit the soft tyres and not be held up behind the safety car. Hamilton, though, has stayed out in the Mercedes. Right, so it's lap 55. Let me just do the order because it's not correct. So the top 10 is Russell, Hamilton, Perez, Sainz, Bottas, Leclerc, Vettel, Ocon, Alonso, and Verstappen. And then it's Zhou in 11th, Schumacher 12th, Stroll is 13th, Gasly is 14th, Norris is down now 18th because he's out. And then it's Tsunoda 15th, Albon 16th, and Latifi in 17th. And we have a full safety car, guys, so get ready for what's going to be a exciting sprint, I guess you could say. Just in general, ending to the race. And if I see that the drivers are on different tyres to what it says on my screen, then I will update that. But I need to wait for this to all shake out. But George Russell and, well, Lewis Hamilton, they'll have to stay out on track now as Albon stays out. But it looks as though, yeah, Tsunoda is pitted again. He will be able to unlap himself, though, still. So it's no issue. So, yeah, Tsunoda. And here's a replay of earlier on, which felt like so long ago. Max punting Hamilton himself on the track. Verstappen deservedly getting a 5-second penalty. And they're just showing the best of the race so far. And yeah, what a race it's been. One of the, maybe the best of the, not the season, but the best of the second half of the season. You could definitely argue. And we are now on lap 56, of course. Let me just update that. But when it comes to who's on what tyre, I don't know exactly as of yet. Let me just actually quickly look on the Formula 1 website to see who is on what tyre compound. So if it ever loads, it will. So Russell and Hamilton are obviously on the soft. Safety car, by the way, is not coming in at the end of this lap, so don't worry. Russell and Hamilton on the soft. Perez on the medium. Sainz is on the soft. Bottas on the soft. Leclerc on the soft. Vettel is on mediums. He is not going to be in good position now. He's going to struggle on this restart. Let me just update that he is on the medium. And then Ocon is on the soft, along with Alonso and Verstappen, Zhou and Schumacher as well on the soft. And who else is on the soft? Stroll is on the soft. And then Gasly is on mediums. Now lap 57. I'll update the lap in a moment. Oh, no, wrong one. So, yeah. Stroll on the soft. Gasly is on the medium still. Unless he's pitted again. And then Albon and Tsunoda are on mediums as well, it says. And then Latifi on the soft. I believe that's what it is. Unless it changes for whatever reason, because maybe of another pit stop, I will, of course, update that. But I believe that is who is on what time. So get ready, guys, for the resumption of racing. And it's now lap, obviously, 57. No sign yet that the race will be restarting. Yes, I saw Crystal Racing in chat saying, guys, Valtteri Bottas is in P5. Indeed, yeah. What a race he's had. What a race Alfa Romeo have had. Of course, the safety car won't come in at the end of this lap because the lapped cars need to be unlapped. So we are still waiting for that to happen. Hopefully it happens during lap 58 and then we can get going on end of lap 59. But I'll be honest, I don't have a Scooby-Doo what is going to happen in the final, 12 laps or so of this race. I have no idea what's going to happen. And yep, now lap 58. I mean, Charles Leclerc in 6th as... What was that? That was Sainz getting a bit close to Perez. Yeah, lapped cars may now overtake car 23 and car 6, which is Tsunoda and Albon. Albon already gets off into the distance, and he'll now need to push to get back to the back of the pack. And then he'll have, obviously, much warmer tyres when the race gets going. And Tsunoda, I think, just making his way through because he's a bit further back in the order. And... Well, actually, no, it's... what do you call it? 23 and 6 is Albon and Latifi's numbers, isn't it? Not Tsunoda's. Tsunoda's now 17th. He's just been overtaken by Latifi under the safety car we just saw. No idea what that's about. If he has actually overtaken him, that's you can get disqualified for that stuff. I have no idea why the position has changed there. No idea why. As Esteban Ocon now on his radio, probably being told, keep it clean with your teammate. Remember, Fernando is on fresher tyres by quite a few laps, so... really, in that midfield, obviously Leclerc and Verstappen, they're going to fly through probably up to 5th and 6th at least, but Alonso is the one we need to look out for. He's probably going to make the most progress here. As we're now on lap 59, and yeah, Latifi up to 16th for some reason. Update that he's on the soft tyres, as Tsunoda is... I have no idea what's going on. Tsunoda just unlapped himself, but the safety car's coming in at the end of this lap. Have they forgot that Yuki Tsunoda exists? It feels like it, because they've only let Albon and Latifi unlap themselves. But safety car is in at the end of this lap, so Tsunoda's fucked. He's going to finish in 17th place. I'm sure AlphaTauri will be all over the radio like, no, keep the safety car out. You haven't let us unlap ourselves. But that's a massive fuck up on the FIA's part. And, well, it's obviously reminiscent of Abu Dhabi 2021. Even though I think this is, I don't think this is intentional. I think Michael Massey's was more intentional just to get the race going again so we could have a thrilling finish. But now the safety car goes off into the distance. And George Russell on the soft tyres now becomes the pace car. Unless they've kept the safety car out. Nope, the safety car's still going off into the distance. Russell just made a little bolt for it. And he's warming those soft tyres up. And it's now green flag because the safety car has come in. And if he gets the restart he did last time, then he will be absolutely fine. And Hamilton got to make sure that he isn't under threat this time from a Red Bull. And Russell goes for it, and Hamilton's right with him. And Perez has been caught sleeping as Tsunoda now has to let everyone through. What a fuck up by the FIA that is. Ruining someone's race. As Leclerc up the inside of Bottas and Ocon up the inside of Vettel. But Vettel keeps the position. Leclerc is up to 5th. And Sainz all over the back of Perez for third. And Carlos Sainz, will he go around the outside at turn 4? No, Perez almost squeezing him deep or off the track there. And Bottas now 6th with Ocon 7th. Alonso 8th. Vettel is now 9th. And Verstappen is 10th with Zhou 11th. Stroll is up to P12. Remember, Perez is on the mediums. The 2 Ferraris right behind him are on the soft. And the 2 Mercedes ahead of him are on the soft as well. And yeah, everything order-wise is as it is on the screen. As the Ferraris harrying the Red Bull of Perez. Brilliant move by Verstappen around the outside of turn 12, that is. On Vettel. And obviously he needs to make his way through. What a disaster for Aston Martin. They've gone from 7th to 10th. And he's on the mediums as well. And here comes Carlos Sainz on Sergio Perez. Surely Sainz is going to send it. We've seen him do it before at turn 1. And he does. And Perez thankfully leaves him some room, but now forces himself to go a bit wider than he would ideally would have wanted. And now gets a great run on Perez down to turn 4. Does he know Perez pulls away a bit? Because obviously the better straight line speed and keeps ahead. As now Alonso has overtaken Ocon. And he's now all over the back of Bottas. Will he go the inside for turn 5? Yes. But they're still side by side. What about turn 6? Brilliant move by Alonso. That is absolutely fantastic. Showing there why, and I know he's on fresher tyres, but showing there why he is still one of the best drivers in Formula 1. So aggressive, round the outside of Bottas. See you later. And he's up to 6th. And that's where he, well, probably won't be where he finishes because Verstappen's still going to come through. But brilliant by Alonso. And he, yeah, is now already sailing off into the distance. He's not too far behind Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz here. Alonso's now joining this battle because Perez is so slow. The lap 62, George Russell does the fastest lap of the race. A 1:13.7 as Verstappen is now all over the back of Ocon. One thing that doesn't help Verstappen is everyone's in a DRS train now. At least the Ferraris, though, get the DRS on Perez, and they can now mount a serious challenge as Verstappen trying to mount a challenge on Esteban Ocon. Let me just update that. Oh. My OBS just froze briefly there. Sorry if you felt that in any way. As a replay of Ocon start, and I thought he was going to collide with Vettel there. Thankfully, he didn't. Great drive-through from Ocon, though, to get the move done. And then Sainz, as he didn't leave me any space on the outside. I thought he was close. He did leave him space, but it was just very close. Very touch and go, but just about okay. But Sainz now even closer to Perez than he was the time before. And coming down to turn 1, surely Sainz is going to send it again, but no, Perez has seen it coming. And by the way, Hamilton only 1.1 seconds, 1.2 seconds behind Russell. So still a close fight out front for the lead. And Sainz, great run through turn 3 as Verstappen passes Ocon for 8th. And Carlos Sainz round the outside and up to 3rd in the Ferrari. And Ferrari are on the podium, not necessarily because they're, because the pace is good enough, but because, obviously, of their tyre choice. So Sainz 3rd. Verstappen is 8th. Bottas has dropped another position. Verstappen 7th now and Ocon 8th. And here's a replay of Max passing Ocon down to turn 1. And then, do they both go down the inside of Bottas? No. Verstappen 2 overtakes in 1. He overtook 2 cars at once. Brilliant stuff from Max. And don't count him out, by the way. There's only a few laps to go. Alonso now right on the tail of Perez and Leclerc. Max could still get a 4th or a 5th here. As Leclerc now has DRS on the back of Perez. Surely gets the move done. And Perez comes over a bit to the middle, but he knows he can't fight it. And Leclerc is up to 4th. What a disastrous day this has been for Red Bull Racing on lap 64. As Lewis Hamilton, by the way, just 1.1 seconds behind Alonso. Now all over the back of Perez for 5th. And if Alonso can overtake Perez, that would be brilliant for Alpine's championship. But the top 10 is now Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, Leclerc. I'll update the tyres, by the way, in a moment. Sainz, Leclerc, Perez, Alonso, Verstappen, Ocon, Bottas, Vettel. And then Stroll is 11th with Zhou 12th, Schumacher 13th, Gasly 14th, Albon, Latifi, and then Tsunoda. I'll try and do some of the tyres now. And yeah, Alonso's going to pass Perez. He's so much quicker. And oh god, OBS freezing again there. Hopefully it doesn't, before the end of the race. And Russell leading by 1.2 seconds on lap 65 now. Alonso, swimming all over the back of Perez. Perez moving around a lot on the entry to turn 1. But Alonso, what a run he's got on Perez out of turn 2 and 3. And round the outside, Alonso up to 5th. What a recovery. Started 17th. And he's now 5th. Brilliant a lot from Alonso. And again, proving he is still one of the best out there at 40 plus years old. And also need to update that Lance Stroll is now 10th. See Vettel struggling on the mediums now. And I'll just update that he is on the mediums. And I'll update that Perez is actually on the medium tyre. Verstappen is probably going to overtake him, though, in a moment. Verstappen, obviously, on the soft tyre. And then... oh, God, not that one. Need to try and find where Vettel's thing is. As we're on lap 66. And the two Red Bulls now line astern. Yeah, Verstappen is probably just going to get waved through at this point. And let me just update that it is indeed lap 66. And further replay of Alonso passing Perez. And got very close into turn 1. But Alonso, such great reactions. Might have the best reactions, to be honest, on the grid. Maybe even in Formula 1 history that I've ever seen. And, yeah, great move round the outside into turn 4. And that is brilliant. Obviously, don't see an Alpine passing a Red Bull that much, do you? And Perez now holding up Verstappen. Mick Schumacher is now down to 14th, which is sad for him. He was having a decent race today, but, just lacking the pace, it seems. In the end, Gasly's passed him on the mediums, though, which is quite surprising. As Verstappen down the inside of Perez at the first corner on lap 67. And Max up to 6th and now can try and get 5th. He's only got 5 full laps to go, though, so he's going to have to really get on with it. Let me just update that, what do you call it? Actually, I need to do it on the screen, don't I? That Verstappen now up to 6th and a replay of Gasly passing Schumacher. Schumacher went back round the outside and then... oh, so he's got the move back, has he? Or did Gasly... oh, bit of the contact there was. So a slight bit of debris flying off. But he did, I think, get the move done back down to turn 4. As Russell leading still by 1.2 seconds. Very impressive just how close the pace is. Out front between Russell and Hamilton. And they are... Hamilton is at least 3 seconds clear of Carlos Sainz. So they have no threats behind them. And they are so close now. They are 4 laps away from not just their first win of 2022, but the first 1-2 of the season. Obviously, they used to do it so many times in the past. And George Russell is so close. As Leclerc says, think about the championship in case positions are like this. To be honest, and I think Ferrari are right to think it if they do, but I don't think Ferrari give a fuck, and I wouldn't if I was a Ferrari team boss, about finishing second in the Drivers' Championship. But, you know, that's the way things are. Let me just update that. What do you call it? Gasly now 12th. I'll just update that position in a moment. Just want to update that Vettel is on the medium. And then it's the rest of the tyres should be as it is. Just need to update that Gasly is up to 12th. Lap 69. By the way, guys, make sure to let me know in chat now who is your driver of the day and what would you rate this race out of 10 for? For me, this race is going to be at least an 8. And by the way, whoever sent a super chat in, I will read it out right after the race finishes. So don't worry if you want it read. I will get it read out. Interestingly, Fernando Alonso is closing in on Charles Leclerc for 4th. Only 1.2 seconds behind. Fernando really driving the hell out of that car. But yeah, now it's thankfully settled down a bit. Russell, Hamilton, Sainz, Leclerc, Alonso, Verstappen, Perez, Ocon, Bottas, Stroll is your top 10. As George Russell exits the final corner. And is about to begin the penultimate lap of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. His teammate behind him, who he just pulled away from on this lap by a 10th or so, has 103 race wins in his career. The most wins in F1 history. Russell, currently 0. But he is so close now. That first win. And we all remember the first win of so many drivers. But we all, we all remember the first win of those very special drivers. I'm telling you, even though I've criticised him as of late because of some driving errors, George Russell is one of those special drivers. And really, since Lewis Hamilton came to Formula 1, he's the best, in my opinion, British racing driver we've had since. And definitely is a future world champion. There is no doubt about it. As he continues to pull away on this lap. The only other close battle on track to mention is Zhou and Schumacher. But that looks like it'll probably end with Zhou maybe just ahead. And Verstappen, just over a second behind Alonso. But not able really to close the gap. And obviously not much time left. As George Russell begins his final lap of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And pulls away by another 10th or so, or 2 tenths on Hamilton. And now just completes the first sector. And the Mercedes fans so happy. And this will be as well the first Mercedes 1-2 in Brazil since 2016. And Leclerc saying, please think about the championship every point. I think Leclerc needs to just shut his mouth, I'm going to be honest. It's totally unnecessary, really, to swap positions. Because, I mean, who gives a fuck as a driver if you finish second in the championship? I mean, obviously he does, but, you know, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Russell coming into the final corner now. Of course, 2 years ago, pretty much this time 2 years ago, for Mercedes in his first ever race, he was leading the race in Sakir. Then it all went wrong for him with punctures and all sorts. But now he will get that first ever Formula 1 win. George Russell wins in Formula 1 and wins in Sao Paulo. Lewis Hamilton finishes in second. Carlos Sainz finishes third with Leclerc 4th, Alonso 5th. Brilliant from Alonso. Verstappen 6th, Perez 7th, And then Ocon 8th, Bottas 9th, and Lance Stroll will finish in P10. I'm pretty sure. And then it'll be Vettel, Gasly, Zhou, Schumacher, Albon, Latifi, Tsunoda. And then your retirements, Lando Norris, Daniel Ricciardo, and Kevin Magnussen. So that, guys, is the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. What a race that was. And like I said, you always remember those races where someone gets their first ever win. And because of how great Russell is and how great of a driver he's going to be, we're going to remember this day for a while. And obviously, a Mercedes 1-2. Brilliant result for them. And they took the fastest lap as well. So they scored 44 points today. Ferrari scored 27. So that's a gain of what? 17 points. Mercedes are now only 19 points behind Ferrari with one race to go in the battle for second in the Constructors. And right, so let me know, guys, in the chat, who is your driver of the day and what do you rate the race out of 10 for? I am going to now do a poll in the chat asking who you guys think is driver of the day, and you can vote on it until the end of the stream. Let me just quickly ask. So, who is your driver of the day for the Sao Paulo GP? And I'll just do the options. The options I'm going to go for are Russell, Hamilton, and who else will I go for? Alonso, and I'll put in Esteban Ocon as well, because remember Ocon started 16th. So there you go. There you go, guys. Poll now at the top of the chat. Let me know, who is your driver of the day? Is it Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, or Ocon? Let me know in the live chat. But I'm now going to post the link out quickly on Twitter and my community tab for the race reaction. So just give me a couple minutes and then we'll get into it, guys. Then obviously I'll go through the teams and then I'll get to your comments in the chat, right? So come join us here for instant reaction to a classic Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And I'll just quickly post it on Twitter as well. And then we will get started. My driver of the day, by the way, is Alonso. What a drive. What a drive from Alonso. 17th to 5th. That move on the outside of Bottas. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of when he went around the outside of Schumacher at 130R at Suzuka. Obviously not as famous, because obviously it's Michael Schumacher. And the corner's not as famous, but what a move from Alonso. That's why I love Alonso so much, because of stuff like that. Right, so let me just tweet this out. Come join us here for... apparently, I've been notified on Twitter. Chris Medlin just tweeted 3 minutes ago. Verstappen was told to let Perez through if he couldn't pass Alonso. He didn't pass Alonso, but he didn't let Perez through. So, yeah. Right, so come join us here for instant reaction to a classic Grand Prix, Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And I'll just quickly do some hashtags and then we'll get straight into it. Just got to do a few. Obviously, I can bring the people in. And yeah, I'll be honest. I've always liked George Russell. I've always, on Russell is in tears. That's good to see. Good to see him. So, obviously crying tears of joy. Obviously is an emotional guy. And yeah, it's so nice to see because he has had, even though he's such a talented driver, he has had such a tough career in F1. Right, hold on. Right, there you go. So that's all that done. And we'll now get into, guys, this race reaction. A couple of things actually I'll do quickly. One thing I'm going to do is I am going to find that super chat. There it is. Silverback Orangutan, $4.99, who says, filing a complaint for vulgar language. Chazza, what in the Scooby-Doo? I like his cousin Scooby Dumb. Also, dumb. Cheers for that, mate. And yeah, let me know in the chat what you thought of the Grand Prix. And again, rate the race out of 10 for me. And let me know in that poll at the top of the chat. Yeah, let me know in that poll at the top of the chat who you think is driver of the day. Just need to view something else quickly. And right, just checking us on Twitter. Right, let's get into it, guys. And let me know in the chat, what did you think of all the teams and the drivers, as I'll get into it now. Actually, before I do, I'm going to delete some things from my OBS because I did have a couple little freezes. Obviously, I don't want things to, no. So let me just delete all this stuff. That was my race prediction earlier. Totally incorrect. Totally incorrect. To be honest, I'd rather be incorrect. It'd be boring if you knew what was going to happen. But there you go. But now, let's get into the teams. And we will start firstly with Red Bull Racing. Yeah, what a disastrous day. Reminded me today a bit of Mercedes at Hockenheim in 2019. The championship team just having an absolute mare of a day, a mare of a weekend. And yeah, for Red Bull, obviously Max Verstappen was in third, Perez in fourth. Things were looking all right. And then on the restart of the race, Max got a great restart, sent it around the outside of Hamilton. I think he was right, Verstappen, for trying to overtake him in turn one. But I think turn two, I think he should have just been a bit more, should have backed out, really. Because the chances of going round the outside and up the inside of turn two, you can only do it, really, if you've got your car already at least fully alongside, if not slightly ahead. He wasn't fully alongside. He was half alongside. There was no way there wasn't going to be contact unless Lewis just deliberately drove off the track, but he shouldn't do because, he was, in front. And Hamilton as well, if you go look back at it, Hamilton didn't turn in as much as he could have. He knew he was there, and he knew to give some space, but Max just, punted off the track. And if you look at it as well, Max went pretty deep into the corner considering where he was, so he was never going to end in any different way. And then Verstappen obviously had to come back all the way from that. The safety car helped late on, ended up finishing in P6, but yeah, poor driving for Verstappen. And I'm sure there'll be many hate for him online. But, as far as I'm concerned, made a clear error, a poor error. And hopefully moves on from this for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. You never know. Him and Hamilton could come up against each other once again. For Sergio Perez, wow, this race just went around in roundabouts for Perez. It was a mental race, really, for Perez. what do you call it? As I think they're showing on Sky F1 the replay of Max probably being told off. Why didn't you let Checo through? Or maybe saying, I'm not letting him through. But what do you call it? For Sergio Perez, at the end of the day, Perez just didn't have the pace to fight with Mercedes. Mercedes were the quickest team today. Again, it's hard to say what Verstappen would have been like, because, he probably would have had maybe a slight bit of damage to his car that maybe existed after the crash. And yeah, it would have been, hard to tell exactly. But with Perez, he was in second after all those collisions. And then, just didn't have the pace of Russell, kept dropping back. Even after the first run of pit stops, he just couldn't really get anywhere near Russell, and eventually dropped to 10 seconds behind. Lewis Hamilton, who had gone a lot longer in his first stint, ended up overtaking him and was way quicker. Then Perez pitted and went for the medium tyres. And in hindsight, obviously, they should have gone for the soft compound tyre. But they didn't. They stayed on the medium, and it cost him dearly because he finished up in P7. Perez is still in second in the championship, though, I believe. As Leclerc still crying tears of happiness, which is good to see. I think he's I've seen what he's shown. I think he's shown Toto Wolff back at the Mercedes, Mercedes factory, I think it is, on over FaceTime. That's good to see. For Perez, he obviously wasn't pitted for soft tyres for the end. And then that cost him dearly. But at the end of the day, from what we saw in the race, again, it's hard to say what would have happened if Verstappen didn't make contact with Hamilton. Mercedes were just simply quicker, and Red Bull massively got it wrong today. The drivers didn't perform anywhere near as well as we know they could do. Perez, I think his pace was more down really to the Red Bull not being massively quick today, but I don't think as well he particularly drove that well today, I've got to be honest. Red Bull, just a poor weekend. And this is obviously the first race since the Austrian Grand Prix, which feels so long ago, July. Since that was the first time, it's the first time since then, they haven't won a race. And I will be honest, I don't mind if Red Bull win races, but it is nice to see someone else win races. But I'm sure in Abu Dhabi they'll bounce back and they'll be right back on it. But yeah, a poor day and a poor weekend showing for the Red Bull team. But now let's go on to the Scuderia Ferrari team, who ended up with a pretty good result, to be honest, because I thought it was just going to be 5th and 6th for them. Ended up 3rd and 4th. For Charles Leclerc, we'll start off with him quickly because he's on screen. For Leclerc, poor start. Obviously starting on the medium, which didn't help compared to Lando Norris, who got ahead of him on the start. And then at turn 6, tried to go round the outside of Lando, and contact was made. Now, Lando deserved the penalty. There is no doubt about that. Lando did deserve the penalty because he clumped the inside curb and then he went left, a bit more left, into Charles Leclerc, and it was always going to end in contact once Lando clipped that part of the curb. And I know people may say, well, I'm being hypocritical because, I've praised Alonso's overtake around the outside of Bottas at turn 6 as well. But I just think with Leclerc, considering what lap it was and, the race ahead at that point, I just think he should have held off on that, going for that move. It's not at fault for the incident. Norris is 100% at fault for the incident, but I still think with Leclerc, he could have maybe just waited, because he would have passed Norris like a lap later. So, yeah, that cost him a lot, because he could have been in with those two Mercedes fighting away. Remember, he was ahead of Hamilton when contact was made. So, yeah, It would have been a better decision to not go for it. But, he has the right to, and Norris was at fault for that incident. Then came all the way back to the field eventually. Then, obviously, the safety car came out, benefited him a lot. He got ahead of Perez. He got ahead... he just got ahead of Perez. And, obviously, Bottas as well on the restart of the Grand Prix. Great move on the restart of the race beyond the safety car. And obviously, towards the end of the race, he was a bit disappointed that he wasn't moved ahead of Sainz because Because he wants points for the second in the championship. But to be honest, when we look back, I don't think this is really going to be a big story because, second in the championship, at the end of the day, he's not going to remember that next year or in a few years' time. Obviously, it's first in the championship that really matters on the driver's side when you're fighting for a top team like Ferrari. And then for Carlos Sainz, had a good start. Obviously, Norris and Leclerc made their contact, then got up to third place. And as I said during the race, I thought he did very well today. And as well, this weekend in the sprint, he was very good as well. Because I think we knew, looking at this weekend, Ferrari weren't anywhere near as quick as they maybe showed they were at times. I think a lot of their pace at times was down to fresher tyres. And obviously Red Bull having the mare they had really helped as well. But I think Sainz really put in a great job this weekend. Really good job. And I got to say, Carlos Sainz has really ended the season well. Obviously got pole at the US Grand Prix. Out-qualified and out-raced Leclerc in Mexico. And then he out-qualified and out-raced Leclerc in Brazil. So Carlos Sainz has really ended the season well, and maybe next season, if Ferrari have got a just as quick as a car, or maybe a even quicker car, maybe Carlos Sainz might be winning more than just one race next season, because he's definitely ending the season well. I still think there are some issues with Sainz that he needs to work on, but yeah, with Carlos, he's definitely ended the season well. It's good to see. And yeah, in the race, obviously Ferrari went for quite an aggressive strategy. Sainz did a great pace, did a great job. Safety car obviously helped to get him ahead of Perez and onto the podium. And then at that point, Leclerc was obviously wanting to get past, but Sainz was quicker. He pulled away from Leclerc by about 3 or 4 seconds. So yeah, Sainz deserving clearly the podium here in Brazil, as the podium ceremonies, I can announce, have just finished. And yeah, great to see, obviously, what's happened today in this Grand Prix. And I think we'll now get on to Mercedes-Benz, who, of course, have had a great Grand Prix today. Let's get into them now. And yeah, what a weekend, what a race. Mercedes finally, 11 months later, back on top in Formula 1. Just an amazing effort from the Mercedes team. Not just this weekend and their drivers, but an amazing effort this season. Because at the start of the season, they were pretty much like an upper midfield team. They weren't a front-running team for the first 4 races of the season, really. So the job they did at the start, from the start of the season, from really the Spanish Grand Prix on, was brilliant. It was absolutely superb. They've improved this car so much, and now in the races, they're at a level where they can fight for victories. There's no doubt about that, because the last 3 races they've been fighting right up there. I still think for next year, they've still got a lot to work on, because even though they've won today, if you're going to win a championship, you can't just win one race in a season. You need to be winning, 8 to 10 races a season if you're going to be contending for a world championship. So yeah, still a lot to work on for Mercedes, but I have to say, big ups to Mercedes and how they've improved this car, because it was an absolute dog at the start of the year, and they know it. But yeah, for George Russell, quickly, yeah, what a race. Got pole, obviously, from winning the sprint. Really perfect start, led the race comfortably, and once Verstappen and Hamilton had their collision, then all they had to worry about really was Sergio Perez. Pulled away from him relentlessly, built a 10-second lead eventually after the first pit stop, and then even when the safety car came out, And he led the pack away brilliantly again on the safety car restart. I've got to say, him leading the pack away on those safety car restarts was very impressive. He did such a good job and got great restarts every time. And what do you call it? Yeah, when Lewis Hamilton was behind him, was quicker. And in a fair fight, he was quicker than Hamilton. So, yeah, brilliant from Russell. I'm so happy for the guy because, like I said, it's been such a hard career for him. Obviously, racing for Williams for 3 seasons. Williams being the worst team on the grid, basically. And then, even, the race he had at Mercedes back in 2020. Should have won, but then, obviously, things went downhill. Nothing he could have done about it at the time. And even with Williams, due to his own errors, even at times, he, cost himself and the team vital points. And there were so many, not so many missteps, but, it wasn't looking an absolute certainty at times that, his career was going to go the way, really, that it should for the future, because he is such a good driver, as George Russell. But thankfully got and deservedly got the chance at Mercedes. He's had a great season. Let's be fair, he has had a great season in 2022 and deservedly won the race. Was he my driver of the day? No, I go with Fernando Alonso because of his recovery. But after that, out of the top drivers, and when I mean top drivers, I mean the drivers in the top cars, he was the best driver today. He was absolutely brilliant. I know people will say, well, what about Lewis Hamilton? For me, Russell's pace, I think he takes it as, the best driver out of, Hamilton, Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen and Perez. Brilliant drive. Very happy for the guy. And now he's got that first win. Next season, if Mercedes are back on the level of fighting for a championship, watch out for George Russell. He could win the championship next year. Let's not count him out. Obviously, still got a very hard challenge in beating his 7-time world champion teammate, in the future and for next season. But do not count out Russell. He is such a talented driver. For Lewis Hamilton, obviously was hit by Verstappen at the start. Great recovery after that, to get after Sainz and Perez, and eventually did pass Perez for second. Carlos Sainz ended up pitting, I think it was, for another set of tyres, and that's what caused Lewis Hamilton to get up to second position, if I remember correctly. There were so many things happening in that race, so probably misremembering some stuff. And then once he got up to second, obviously kept second from there on in. Got to say, the strategy from Mercedes today was very good, and Lewis's pace was very good, but it just wasn't as good as his teammate. But, of course, he probably had damage to his car. So we have to remember that. But a great drive from Hamilton. Great driving from both Hamilton and Mercedes. And yeah, some supreme work done by Mercedes in the last few months to get them to this point. And if, with next year, them having more wind tunnel testing time, a lot more than they had this year, and with Red Bull having the least amount and having it cut as well by a further, I think, 10% or 7%, whatever it is. It really could be next season Mercedes returning to the front of Formula One. And definitely don't count them out. Great from the team this weekend. And to be honest, given their pace at the minute, there is a chance they could win the final race in Abu Dhabi. They're only 19 points now, I believe, behind Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship. That's doable. That is absolutely doable. It will still be hard because, Red Bull will be bouncing back next weekend, but it is absolutely doable. There is no doubt about that. And to be honest, second in the championship would be a pretty good recovery for them. But yeah, that's all the top teams. Let me know, guys, what you thought all the top teams and the top drivers in today's Sao Paulo Grand Prix. But now let's get on to the rest of the teams. McLaren, yeah, disaster for them. Absolute disaster. Ricciardo obviously retired at the start of the race. That was all his fault. And to be honest, Magnussen then reversing Ricciardo going into him, that was straight karma for Ricciardo. It was exactly what he deserved. Because, turned Magnussen round and ruined his Grand Prix. and that was him out of the race. For Lando Norris, yep, he was clearly at fault for that accident with Leclerc. Got a 5-second penalty, dropped a bit further back in that midfield scrap than we would have expected. And as well, the McLaren, the pace of the McLaren, I've got to say, was not very good. Not as quick as Alfa Romeo, not as quick as Aston Martin, not as quick as Alpine, and you could argue not as quick as AlphaTauri at times. Very poor pace. And then obviously Lando Norris eventually had an issue. Don't know what the issue was, but retired from the race. So no points for McLaren. What a disaster for them. But for their main competitors, Alpine, let's get on to them now. It is party time, pretty much at this point. 5th and 8th, what a drive from both drivers. Obviously started 16th and 17th with Ocon ahead of Alonso in the Grand Prix. And it was going to be a tough race for them. It always was going to be. Obviously, the safety car at the end helped them massively. Alonso, the strategy he was on really helped his race, going so long on the medium tyres like he did. But then on the restart of the race, Alonso, that was Alonso at his best. That was like Alonso from 15 years ago. It really, really was. Or even 10 years ago at Ferrari. It really was something special from Fernando Alonso. An amazing overtake on Bottas, overtaking Perez, holding on to 5th, and actually he almost got near or even maybe past Charles Leclerc for 4th. Brilliant from Fernando, great driving, and still showing that, you know, if he's in a front-running car, he is absolutely a massive, monumental threat in Formula 1, and he is my driver of the day. What a recovery after yesterday's disaster. Esteban Ocon as well, shout out to him. I've also got him in the driver of the day voting. He finished obviously in 8th place, started in 16th. And yeah, for Esteban, good recovery. Not as good as Alonso, but a good recovery. And scored vital points for Alpine as well. Shout out to Ocon for that great move he made on Vettel down the inside at turn 1 on the restart of the race. When the safety car came in. That was a brilliant overtake and a vital overtake to get him going up the field. But Alpine, 14 points for them. The gap was 5 points coming into this race after the sprint. So now the gap is 19 points. Unless McLaren get a podium and Ricciardo finishes, you know, say in the points as well, say a 7th or an 8th, then Alpine... if that doesn't happen, then Alpine will finish 4th in the championship. They have got away with it slightly because of McLaren's reliability issues and Ricciardo's mistake. But to be honest, I think Alpine do deserve to finish 4th in the championship. They've had the better car and 2 better drivers, I think, this season. I think, you know, I'd say Norris has been better this season than Ocon, but, you know, Alonso has been one of the drivers of the season. There's no doubt about that. And it's been, you know, a phenomenal season from Fernando Alonso and from Ocon. And Alpine, they've had a great car this year. They've had the best midfield car, in my opinion. And they are going to get their just rewards, which is 4th place in the championship. So pretty much at this point, congratulations to them, unless something absolutely bonkers happens in Abu Dhabi. You never know. It could. But now we'll whiz through the rest of the teams. Alfa Romeo next. I'm happy for Alfa Romeo. Great result from Valtteri Bottas. He started 14th, finished in 9th. That Alfa Romeo was so quick. If there wasn't a safety car, he could have finished in 5th or 6th. He was so quick in the race today. Bit of a shame the safety car came out because he could have put Alfa Romeo into the position of easily finishing 6th in the championship. It is still up for grabs because they've only outscored Aston Martin today by a single point. But yeah, what a result from Bottas. He's really been clutch in these last 2 or 3 races. And obviously, towards the end of the season, getting the points when they desperately need it. Alfa Romeo need this extra bit of money so much because they've always been a team that struggled financially. So brilliant from Valtteri. Well done to him. Zhou Guanyu, I've got to say as well, I thought drove well and was always hovering in and around the points and just outside the top 10. And as well, you know, out-qualified and out-raced his teammate in the sprint. So I think Zhou's had a good weekend considering he's never raced here before. But yeah, 2 points for Alfa Romeo, 1 for Aston Martin. The gap is now 5 points in Alfa Romeo's favour. And unless Aston Martin have an absolutely brilliant, amazing final race, Alfa Romeo should finish 6th in the championship. We'll now go on to Haas F1. Not much to say. Kevin Magnussen, such a shame it ended in retirement, but what a weekend it was still. And at least they got a point from the sprint, and AlphaTauri, their main rivals, did not. So great job still from Magnussen yesterday and this weekend. For Mick Schumacher, he had a decent race today, but I think Haas just lacked the real pace to get up to the top 10. Haas weren't as quick as Alfa Romeo, McLaren, Aston Martin, Alpine. They just weren't as quick as those teams. I know McLaren retired with both cars, but if McLaren were both had both cars in the race, Haas wouldn't have beat them anyway because they were just quicker. But yeah, a shame. But at least they're 2 points clear of AlphaTauri now with just 1 race to go, and 8th place would be very important to them with that boost in prize money and the new title sponsor coming for next year. So yeah, it is vital that Haas F1 finish 8th, and honestly, I'd like to see him finish 8th because they've had some tough years in the last couple of years, and it would be nice to see. For AlphaTauri, not much to say. Gasly was screwed over really by his poor strategy, and as well, I don't know why they put him on the medium tyre for the safety car. The last 20 laps after the safety car came in. I don't really know why, or not the last 20 laps, last 12 laps I think it was. I don't know why they did that. He drove well, Gasly. At one point, he was in 6th place, so he was having a great race with Pierre. But yeah, I think AlphaTauri just went a bit too early on the pit stops, and then they just were reversing down the grid at that point. And then for Yuki Tsunoda didn't really do much in the race. I mean, he did some overtakes. I think everyone overtook today. But, for Tsunoda, really screwed over by race control. I need to see whatever happens with, the whole race control thing. Because I'm sure AlphaTauri will be complaining because Tsunoda wasn't allowed to unlap himself. They forgot about him. They totally forgot about him. So I have absolutely no fucking idea what happened there. But, Tsunoda ending up finishing then in 17th. place. But AlphaTauri, they've got one final race now to try and to try and get back to 8th in the championship. But like I said, I'd rather see Haas get it because they are a smaller team. I know people may think, oh no, AlphaTauri are, but remember who AlphaTauri are owned by. Now we'll go on to Aston Martin. Disappointing race for them, really. Somehow Lance Stroll scored a point. Really, because Vettel was on the medium tyre, which again was the wrong decision in hindsight. And really, they should have pitted Vettel for another set of soft tyres to try and, get him maybe a couple extra points. But that did not happen. So, yeah, for Vettel, I got to say, Sebastian, I thought drove very well today. He was running at one point in 4th place. Even 3rd place. Obviously, the pit stops were going on then, so that's why he started moving up the field. But, yeah, he had a great race. He had good pace. Was there with Bottas, not too far behind. But then, yeah, on the medium tyres, after the safety car restart, he didn't have a chance, unfortunately. And that's why he finished in P11, and that's why Stroll got up to 10th. At least Aston Martin have got a point. They've limited the damage to Alfa Romeo. But, yeah, 5 points they need. Do they need 5 points to win the battle? I'm trying to think. No, because Alfa Romeo have a better... their best race result is better than Aston Martin's, I'm pretty sure. Alfa Romeo's best race result was 5th at Imola, which feels about 1 million years ago. So yeah, so Aston Martin needs 6 points at the final race. That's 6 points over Alfa Romeo. So if Alfa Romeo don't score a point and Sebastian Vettel finishes 7th in Abu Dhabi, then Aston Martin will finish 6th in the championship. To be honest though, like I said, Alfa Romeo, I think, need that money more than Aston Martin do. and Aston Martin are way more concentrated on next season. But yeah, a shame how it played out for Vettel, and Aston Martin cocked it up a bit today, like they did at the US Grand Prix. And finally, Williams. Well, what is there to say? 15th and 16th. The only thing they benefited from is Tsunoda, for some reason, not being allowed to unlap himself. And we'll now go back to these pictures. And yeah, let's now hear what you guys have to say in the live chat. What did you think of, what do you call it? What did you think of the Sao Paulo Grand Prix? And what do you think of the teams and the drivers, how they performed? Keep voting, by the way, in that Driver of the Day voting at the top of the chat. And I'll make sure to obviously end that poll soon enough. And then, yeah, we'll get into all of, the race reaction stuff in a moment. And let me just quickly, though, before I come to you guys... Let me just quickly look at Twitter. Perez has said, right, so this whole Max and Perez thing, Red Bull told Max they said, Max, let Checo through, please. Max, what happened? And Max said, I gave my reasons and I stand by it. Perez has then come out and said, on the radio says, I thank you for that, guys. Thank you. It shows who he really is. So that is yeah, that sounds like a falling out. And Perez post race has said, which I disagree with completely. He said, I think if he has 2 championships, it's thanks to me. Let's be honest, it isn't. It isn't. Max, obviously last year the reason he won the championship was due to the FIA, Michael Massey. This year, Verstappen wins no matter who his teammate is. So, getting a bit too over the top there. And let's see if there's anything else I can say. Helmut Marko has said that internally they clarified everything, that Max will do everything in Abu Dhabi, that Checo gets P2 in the championship. He didn't want to say any more. Let's see if I can find any other comments. Max and Christian Horner and Max's engineer are having quite a stern discussion, I've got to be honest. And let me see if there's any other things I can let you guys know of. I'm seeing a meme on Twitter. I've got to show this. I'm sorry. I've got to show this because it is so... This is the perfect meme to illustrate why Perez is just so wrong. Let me show it quick. This one from Battery Voltas. By the way, great Twitter account. Go and follow it. The quote, Perez, if Max has 2 championships, it's thanks to me. And then this meme, which is so funny, which is obviously Kobe Bryant and Kwame Brown combined for 63 points. Kobe scored 62. Kwame scored 1. And that, it's not just funny, but it's also true. Perez, there's been a couple races maybe you could argue, but it's been a long season. Max has won the championship on his own, not because of Sergio Perez. So needs to calm it down a bit. It's a bit too, over the top. Turbo says we need Paul di Resta back in F1 as at a top team as a number 1 driver. He's an absolute legend. Pundit, his driving is even better than his commentary. Devanch says that was brutal from Max to Checo, who has done so much for Max this and last season. I'll be honest with Perez. He has helped Max. Let's be honest. He has helped him. But let's not pretend like without Perez, Max has no championships. Because that is wrong. Again, the first championship was because Michael Massey. The second championship was Max and Red Bull being too quick. I mean, I know I've gone through many times Ferrari's mistakes, Ferrari's, just how hilariously bad they are as a team. But in the end, I think Red Bull would have won the championship anyway. So, yeah, Perez needs to just calm it, because that's not right. Gaztastic says Perez has helped Verstappen a lot, so I disagree with that. Well, let me know why you disagree. Radis says, Perez is experiencing delusions of grandeur. Count Blast says, Checo is correct. He helped Max big time in both. He helped him so much in Abu Dhabi. The thing is, though, I mean, yeah, he did, but in hindsight, it didn't actually matter, did it? Because the safety car still came out when it did. Max still pitted for soft tyres, and everything that happened still would have happened anyway. In hindsight, yeah, it helped Verstappen at the time, but that wasn't the reason Verstappen won the championship. That, Perez holding up Lewis Hamilton, that had no effect on that finale. What had an effect on that finale was the start of the race when Hamilton got ahead, and then what happened with the safety car and Michael Massey being an absolute, idiot, as he was pretty much all the time. In the end, what Perez did in that race didn't matter. So, I mean, still, what he did was good. Trying to help Max, but let's be honest, that did not help Max at all. Didn't help him at all. So, yeah. I don't think you can really use that. Eric says Max maybe should have given the position back, but Checo let the Mercedes escape too easily during the restart. He should have tried to overtake them at least. Bravum says Latifi helped him the most. Indeed, the GOAT did help a lot. Count Blast says to dismiss Perez as being wrong is blatantly dishonest. It's not dishonest. I'm not saying he didn't help him at all, but to say... what was it he said again? Let me find it. If I can find it. There's so much on Twitter right now to go through. He said, I think if he has 2 championships, it's thanks to me. When you say it like that, the only way you can interpret that is I am, either a massive reason or the reason why Max won the championship. And that is completely wrong. He did help Max in a couple races this season, and he helped Max last season. I'm not doubting that, but let's not pretend like the majority of the reason why Max won the championship last year, or there was a massive percentage as to why Verstappen won the championship last year and this year as to Sergio Perez helping him. This year, the top 3 reasons why Verstappen won the title this year was Max was too good, Red Bull were too quick, and Ferrari fucked up so much. Those were the 3 reasons. Perez, he's had a great season, but Perez did not have an effect on whether Verstappen won the championship or not. 2021, I mean, you have to look back at it in more detail to see, exactly where Perez helped Verstappen. I mean, yeah, with his defense in the final race, definitely did help. But again, in hindsight, it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because what would have happened at the end of that race, which was totally wrong, would have happened anyway. So it didn't make a difference. I think of other races where, where Perez may have helped Verstappen. I mean, Baku as well, that year, where Perez kept Hamilton back and then he won that race. And obviously, Hamilton locked up on the inside of turn 1 on the restart of that race. And obviously, if Perez wasn't there, Hamilton probably wouldn't have gone deep on the brakes, because he wouldn't have been maybe as nervous and would have been a lot more calm with it. But yeah, I think, when you look at why Max won the championship last year and this year, I don't see how you could say Perez helped him a lot or massively. I don't see it. Remember, guys, championships are not won in one race. They're won over a season. So, let's please remember that. One race is not, I helped him win 2 championships. Willow wants a Stroll really annoys me. That's your opinion. I don't mind Stroll. He needs to improve his driving, but yeah, needs to, we'll see next year if he improves his driving. Turbo says, call me crazy, but I miss Massey. His thinking was right, but execution was wrong. He should have red flagged the race so all could get new tyres. That being said, I absolutely hate safety car finishes. The thing is, though, if you're doing that, that's, you have to have a reason to have a red flag. You can't just red flag a race so you can get a 1 or 2 lap exciting restart, because that's gimmicky and massively artificial. You can't just throw out safety cars and red flag. Like, imagine if towards the end of a race it was boring and they were like, oh, let's just throw out a safety car or a red flag. You can't go down that line of thinking. It's a dangerous line of thinking, because it will make F1 less enjoyable and more artificial. I've just seen Will Buxton tweet, and while Max is every bit a deserving 2-time champion, he showed today he has much to know about what it is to be a team leader for everything Checo has done to help his cause. Today's result means nothing to Max in the wider view. Disrespected his teammate and his team. I will say, should Max have let Checo through? Yeah, probably. He should have, because, what was... Verstappen's won the championship. He's got nothing to gain. And I know with Ferrari, I was saying, there's no point letting Leclerc through. But, yeah, I don't see how for Ferrari how it really matters, to be honest. And I think Sainz deserved the podium and he deserved to go up there, to be honest. But yeah, Max, he should have probably let him through, yeah, but I'm not gonna, let's not pretend like Perez's criticisms are totally correct. And yeah, Max, he's definitely affected the atmosphere in that team. And, looking back, Lewis Hamilton with Valtteri Bottas probably would have let him through. Michael Schumacher did it quite a few times where he let Barrichello through for Barrichello to finish second in the championship or whatever. So yeah, he should have done it, but let's not pretend like Perez is the reason Max is a champion, because that's just not right at all. Let's find some other comments here if I can. I can see... Oh, his Turbo's responding to someone else there. Where was that comment from Silverback? So Silverback Orangutan says, Chazza won, Max the championship. Nothing less, nothing more, no skills, just a race called by Chazza. Eric says, you could take away a few wins from Max and he would still most likely be the champion, so I disagree that Checo is the reason Max won this year. Exactly. I mean, Verstappen's won, 14 races. I can think of probably 2 races this season where Perez probably helped him out. Spain and Baku, where he let him through. But, if he doesn't win those races, great. Still wins 12 races, still wins the championship. So what difference does it make? You know what I mean? It's a very very hyperbolic thing to say. And Perez now apparently saying, after all I've done for him, it's a bit disappointing. Yeah, he needs to be a bit more, I mean, should Perez be critical of Verstappen? Yeah, he should. He should be critical of Verstappen, but no need to go, hyperbolic and go to, to the extremes. Will Chance is going to get spicy in the Red Bull camp? Most likely, yeah, it will. Bradman says it's a bit short-sighted from Max, though. If you want Perez to move over all the time, you have to throw him a bone sometimes when it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think, yeah, he should have let him through because, Verstappen, he's won the championship. He's not going to care about 6th place. But, you know, it goes back. I think it goes back to the same thing as Vettel and Webber at Malaysia. I know obviously that was a different time of the season. It was the second race of the season, but Vettel's thinking, and he defended himself saying, you know, I was faster. I got in front. I won. Obviously, that was, you know, a 1-2 that day for Red Bull. I'm sure that's Verstappen's thinking here is I was faster. I got ahead. I finished 6th. Perez finished 7th. I think that's probably what his thinking is. But yeah, he should have let him through. Because, you know, does no harm. Does it? Count Plus is okay. Agree to disagree on Perez being a key in the Massey Championship. Toba says, now that you say that, I can see where you're coming from, Chaz. It turns into a WWE manufactured sport. Exactly. We don't want it to get, you know, we don't want it to get that bad. Let me find some other comments here if I can. Cheers, by the way, to Anders Eriksson. Great to see you, obviously. That's Tastic says Max looks like it's getting told off. Let me find more comments here if I can. What were Verstappen's reasons? We didn't hear that. He probably said his reasons, but we didn't hear it, or maybe we did hear it, but I don't know. I'm not seeing it on Twitter. Eric says, I think Max was pissed from how he started the race. If he was in a better mood, maybe he would have changed positions, and he was just getting in DRS range one more lap. He would beat Alonso. Yeah, maybe. Is there any other comments I can read out? I don't think so. Right, so cheers to all those comments. And yeah, in my opinion, he's just a bit over the top there. Is Checo. Anyway, let's end this poll that I did about almost an hour ago. I asked you guys, who is your driver of the day for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix? And you have voted for George Russell as your driver of the day, with Lewis Hamilton in second, Alonso third, and Ocon had 0% of the vote. So none of you going for Ocon. I put him in there still because, you know, he climbed a lot of positions. But yeah, I mean, I disagree, but I completely understand you guys going for Russell because he was very, very good today. Turbo, is this a sign for Merc being competitive again, or is Brazil a bit of a one-off, or do we need to see how Abu Dhabi goes? No, Mercedes are a lot more competitive now than they were, you know, midway through the season. They made a lot of progress, and I think next season they will make even more progress. And next year, especially with Red Bull having less wind tunnel testing time, quite a bit less than last year, than this year, I think next year we're going to have a championship battle between Verstappen, Hamilton, Russell probably. And it's going to be a great season, and I hope it'll be 2021 Part 2, except we'll have George Russell in there as well. Maybe for him, picking up scraps when Max and Lewis collide all the time. Ocon 0%, yeah. Again, though, I had to put him in there because, you know, I thought he did a good job today. Anyway, I'm trying to think. Is that everything? For today? Yeah, it is. I think that's everything. I've been live for 4 hours 15. Thank you guys so much for coming along to the race watch along for the content this weekend. Since Thursday, been great to have you along. And yeah, if you are new to the channel and you have subscribed, welcome to the channel. And if you haven't subscribed, make sure to do so, because we do qualifying and race watch alongs for every Grand Prix, and we will be in 2023, and of course next weekend in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. I just want to quickly, though, go into what my final, what my plan is for next week. Because obviously the final race next week. So, let me just quickly get into it. Let me just get up the timings of the sessions and everything. So, right. So, there has been some incidents in this race, but I don't think I'm going to do a video on them, because with the Verstappen-Hamilton clash, I don't At this point, I know I used to do it. Was it 3 years ago? I used to do incident analysis videos. At this point, I mean, I like doing them still, but I only like doing them if it's a bit more 50-50 or 60-40 or 40-60. I don't know what you want to call it. If it's a bit more debatable, basically, is what I'm trying to say, then I would, I would do a video on it. So, yeah, with the Verstappen-Hamilton clash, I mean, yeah, Verstappen and Hamilton clash, but I think most people agree. I say probably 80% of people agree that Max was at fault and deserved the penalty. So, yeah, there won't be a video tomorrow on the channel, reviewing the incidents from the race. So, my plan for next week, there won't be any content on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, but on Thursday evening at 7 p.m. UK time, not 6, 7 p.m. because I've got something to do a few hours before that, and I'm just going to, delay the stream till 7 p.m. UK time on Thursday for the 2022 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix preview for the weekend. And then on the Friday, I'll be live at 6 p.m. UK time to review what happened in practice and do the qualifying preview. I've not done that on a Friday evening since Japan, was it? Yeah, Japan, Singapore, something like that. So, that'll be what is happening on Friday. This coming Friday, 6 p.m. UK time. That's 4 hours after practice 2 finishes in Abu Dhabi. And then on Saturday, next Saturday, I will be live at 10:45 a.m. UK time. Firstly, for the practice 3 watch-along until 12 p.m. Practice 3 starts at 11 a.m. UK time, of course. Then from 12 till 2 p.m, I'll be doing the build-up to qualifying. 2 till 3 p.m. UK time will be qualifying, and I'll be doing a watch-along for that. And then for at least half an hour after the session, I'll be doing a reaction with you guys. And then on race day, I will be live at 11 a.m. UK time for the final race watch-along of 2022. And as usual, 11 till 12:30 with the race preview. 12:30 till 3 p.m. UK time will be the race watch-along. And then 3 till 4 p.m. UK time will be the race... will it be the race reaction? Actually, no. Change of plan. So, yeah. So 11 till 12:30, race preview. 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. UK time is the race watch along. Race starts at 1 p.m. UK time next Sunday. Remember that. And what I'll do is what I used to do with the race watch alongs. I won't do a race reaction after the race because I will be going live later that evening at 8 p.m. UK time on Sunday evening, next Sunday, for a Formula One season review where I'm going to go through all the teams, all the drivers, and look at, the season we had. So make sure to join me for that next Sunday at 8 p.m. UK time. As well, I am still working on a video that hopefully I can get out on the channel just after next weekend's final race. I need to really finish it next week, or else it probably won't be able to come out at the early part of the week after next. So, yeah, there will be a video coming out about how Max Verstappen won the championship, me giving my opinions on it. And, spoiler alert, Perez is not one of the reasons. But, yeah, that's what the plan is for next week. So, no videos on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday stream, Friday stream, Saturday long stream, Sunday long stream, and probably a long stream on Sunday night as well. There's plenty of content coming next weekend. And next week, I will give you guys a bit more of a detailed plan of what's going to happen in the couple weeks after the season's finished, because there is still content coming your way on the channel. But cheers for coming along, guys, for this weekend. And again, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more content like this and that content coming up. If you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button on this video. Obviously, it does help the channel grow. And obviously, we want to try and do that, especially for next year. Try and grow the channel as much as we can. And as well, follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 or ChazHD. And don't forget to join the Discord server, link below in the description, for more content like this and to keep up with the content on my channel. But guys, thank you for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix this weekend. And until the final race in Abu Dhabi and my weekend preview on Thursday at 7 PM UK time, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.